Nothing here is given.
Spiker, all that is left but now!
Every loss meant something more.
Oh my goodness! That's the swimmer!
They have stunned this crowd.
It reminded us that victory is never granted. The world tested us. Now they know who we are. Champions are made in North America. Everything here is earned, not given.
Welcome back to day 2 here of the playoffs in the North American League. So glad to have you with us, everybody. Today, we send our final 2 teams to the Esports World Cup. So good to be back. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Laxing and Mint. Lax, the playoffs, I mean, it's so good every time. You shift gears from best of ones into best of threes territory. You add the pressure. You add the stakes. You put teams up for elimination. You really get to see who's cut out for it and who isn't.
I mean, you see the best of both worlds. For me personally, I love best of threes. I love playoffs. But today, there is even more pressure on the line when you were talking about pressure. Just for the simple fact, we got teams that are going to still qualify for EWC. But then the last bit of it, teams being eliminated and their campaign ends today. It's brutal.
And that's the sad part, because we don't want the NAL stage to really end ever.
Don't.
But it usually means it's going to set up an actual major competition. So that I'm excited for, but yeah, you never want to see any team go home.
Well, we didn't send anyone home yesterday. That's what today is all about. Yesterday kicked off with, well, the best team we've got here in the NAL right now. They went nearly undefeated in the group stage. It was M80 taking on 100 Thieves to start out the day.
This was the beef match. This was Hot and Cold versus former organization M80. And Hot and Cold, he actually had a pretty stellar day by an IGL's kind of standards. He was the top fragger for the team, had the individual stats. But unfortunately, it's a team game after all. And the team, we were seeing a lot of the same issues that we did in the past. They weren't winning after getting those man advantages, and they couldn't. They would just keep failing at the converting.
Yeah, M80 continues to look sharp. But as for the side of looking sharp, Dark Zero Wildcard, that was a sharp game from both teams. I mean, however, the first game, I think you said it best yesterday, is Wildcard needed this win, especially once we get into that chalet where they got absolutely dismantled by Dark Zero. But we were worried about the mentality. We did that listen and we quickly understood, okay, Wildcard still is in good hopes. They understand that this was DZ's map overall. Let's push it to that Night Haven Labs and really test one another, and it tests exactly what DZ encountered.
Yeah, it all came down to that conflict game, right? That map 1, how close that was. You highlighted it, all those 1v1s that were happening.
Highlighted the utility that was being thrown out.
Oh, the C4 maxing. We're talking about that on day 2. Okay, we are
C4 maxing.
Yeah, we got to continue the trend. Maybe the casters will keep going with that one.
It's crazy that we've seen this pattern continue now. All 5 members of the Team Secret roster that won EWC last year, they're going to EWC again because M80, as you see there, they now play wildcard in the upper bracket final, which will happen next week as they play for the NAL title. Now, they've already made the Esports World Cup, and today we look to find 2 more teams who will join them. Shopify Rebellion and 100 Thieves, that's one of our lower bracket matchups, as well as For Fun Esports and Dark Zero. Now, these matchups, not exactly what it seemed like you guys had in mind yesterday when you made your prediction. At the end of the day,
100%, yeah.
Okay, well, I've got some news for you. We actually have that bracket to pull up now. The script that we chose to leak yesterday. Here's what it looked like. 100 Thieves winning, Dark Zero winning. Not exactly what you guys had predicted.
Well, hold on. Might not be exactly what I predicted. I did predict M80. However, I did say that wildcard was going to be Dark. Okay, look, we're already on top of it.
Wow.
Thank you for acknowledging that I was correct.
Well, I think this
Love
is
that.
0-2 as in you're both
You're even
0-2.
pointing to your 0.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned that you actually went through the time of going back and getting this and proving me that I'm wrong. Guys,
I love it.
Notoriously, what I'm known for is caster cursing teams. Every time I root for a team, it fails.
I think Super blamed you a little bit as well.
We'll see who I'm picking today now.
That's true.
Well, up ahead, as you guys said, we have we'll get the chance to see Super and Shopify Rebellion, and the first look that we will get of them in our opening matchup of the day. Later on, it's For Fun Esports and Dark Zero, a much more one-sided affair as For Fun Esports look to prove if they can hang here in the NAL playoffs. They did it in kickoff, but it is a very different story now. But we start the day with Shopify Rebellion and 100 Thieves. As we said, it's our first opportunity to get a look at this Shopify Rebellion roster now that we move from the best of 1 territory to the best of 3 territory. And for this SR team, there's this odd pattern that started to emerge, right? In kickoff, struggling in the group stage, much better in the playoffs. They go to Salt Lake City and thrive. Same thing here, struggling in the group stage. Now they have to try to harness that playoff success again.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give them a little bit of grace, even from being a former player. And as you know it, I hate best of ones. Best of ones are awful. And what we see, especially on the side from SR, is once they get into best threes, that fire is lit from underneath them and they turn into an entirely different beast. Now, we haven't seen that exact same beast that we highlighted through all of SLC, where they were the second runners up. We need to see that, especially going into today, given the fact that EWC is on the line. And again, sure, it might not look pretty through group stage, but once they get to playoffs, they look a little more polished.
And this team has been polished for a long time, and they've made international events for such a long time. I mean, trying to think of the last event that they did not make as an organization, this team has been almost every single one.
Yeah, so if we're just looking at the Sonics core, they have not missed an event since EWC 2024, just about 2 years ago. So they made every single event as SR, and then again with that Sonics going all the way back there. So, of course, they have the prestige, they have the big organization, they have the star players, and they've been making all these events. So the question mark starts to come in, what happens if they don't make this event, right? Because we almost seen that happening with the SR core. They almost missed out on a bunch of other events, and the community loves to get on them with, should they make roster changes? Is it an IGL problem? And now they face themselves, or they find themselves in the lower bracket because they didn't really care about the best of ones, and that just is what it is. And now they are 1 game away from being eliminated. We don't want to see what happened to G2 happen to SR. And now, again, we're going to have to answer all those questions again from the community.
Yeah, and it'll be a big kind of question mark for me. Will it further exacerbate issues from them that we know that they have? But again, that's a big question mark. We don't know. What we do know is for certain, when they get to best of threes, Troy's inevitable, they make events.
Well, and it feels like every single game, there's somebody else on this team that has an all-star performance. We've talked about Ambi at the major going God mode. Spoit has been incredible for the most part through the group stage. We're kind of waiting to see when Rexon is going to make his move, right? Like, who's the player that's going to lead the way here?
Do you want to take this, or do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Because I want to, respectfully talk about Rex here. Because when you look at all the stars on the team, you have Spoy, you have Ambi, you have Surf in his own right, you have Troy as the leader. Rexon has kind of now switched into a role where he's playing the roles that no one really wants to play, but has to play in order to make all the moving pieces work in tandem with one another. So yes, he hasn't been as flashy. Yes, he isn't being statistically the best performer, but he's playing the roles that enable everyone else to perform and succeed in their respective roles. So I do want to give him his flowers there. I don't want to just necessarily shit on him and be like, are we going to see him perform? Fact of the matter is, you need a player that is willing to bite down and just play the roles that no one wants to play.
Look, we call him Mr. Consistent for a reason. That is his nickname because he's played every single role in SR. He was the Ashe entry frag. He did play support. I've seen him on Thermite. He's played literally every role, and now this is the role he's settled in because of all the other great players added to this team. So we know what he's capable of, and I think we're all kind of hoping we can see a big game out of him to show that. But at the same time, at the end of the day, he is still doing his job perfectly on the team. He's the glue piece.
Well, on the 100 Thieves side of thing, in SR's opponents today, we also know what they're capable of. We just did not see that yesterday. It really felt like they fell short of the expectations that we had for them.
Yeah, and we got to look at the bigger picture of yesterday. I mean, when you look at all of 100 Thieves and everything the progress has been throughout the stage, it really looks like a regression from them, especially leading into that playoff game. I mean, it was highly anticipated they were going to come into this, they're going to keep it close. It simply wasn't there. Their performance wasn't there. When we were looking at star players, they weren't there on the leaderboard like the typical performance we're used to seeing on them. And then even in their match, they weren't in sync. They were bleeding kills, so to speak, as you say. It was all of these issues just piling up that led into their ultimate demise and now having to play here today with one life left.
Yeah, you just said it right there, but it goes back to the beginning of the season, the regular stage, where they always get the opening pick and they're not able to convert. And that is what we saw yesterday again in their game versus M80. Opening pick on the Gaveni, they're calling for them to sync and go for this kill on Diffuser on the Mira, but we see the IT guys walking before the connector guys, and it's the same problems that haunted them from the early stages.
Yeah, and then even in the next round, I mean, they did such a good job at clearing out roamers, understanding how they can go approach the bomb site, but that's where then they lose focus. They get the picks, they have the man advantage, but they don't understand the cutoffs and how they can play with each other in order to be in sync with each other, and because of it, they end up losing yet another round, and this is an issue that continues to plague this team.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to watch Gomez. Again, not watching the cutoff. Unfortunate timing here, Gunnar. That is a pick that you wish you could have had, and a round you wish you could have had. And then this is already a plan B. We're on bank. Let's go open the stock wall because we couldn't mess with Janitor, the Janitor Mira. But hey, there's 3 Wamais. We're not opening that wall. We go to a plan C, flood through the site. But because they didn't clear the stock wall, Savage is able to play curve and get aggressive and ultimately win them the round.
And all these players knows what's at stake, and especially for Hot and Cold being the IGL, he knows where everything is going wrong, and they are simply just cutting corners, where if they just tighten up, things can be far prettier on the other side.
Well, what? This is Adam disappearing, I suppose, is what you guys are trying to say?
I mean, this is what I'm talking about with star players. I mean, Adam, he's the 8th highest rated player in the NAL. I believe he's also the 10th highest rated overall in KD. And even in terms of the just matchup, SR versus 100 Thieves, just even look back at when they played on Border. Adam, dropped 18 or 19 kills in that game? And you said himself, being a former coach, we typically start to see Adam fall off when it comes into playoffs, that he doesn't exist. He kind of disappears, but Hot and Cold needs that firepower coming into this playoff today.
Yeah, it is kind of his MO, unfortunately for Adam. I mean, he proved himself in like a stage a little bit in the past, but unfortunately, you look at kind of his career, when the playoffs come, it is kind of when he's not showing up, and not even Adam. Gomez yesterday struggled a little bit as well. All the fraggers.
They all did.
All the fraggers really on the team. Your Hot and Cold should not be carrying the team. Spirits, I need to see a little bit more out of him as well. He's on the shields, and right now I think he's having a little bit of confidence issues, and we need to see him kind of get past that and going into SR, because I think that is going to be a huge key for them to win today.
Absolutely. Well, if they want to harness some of that energy again, let's find out where we're going to end up here for this best of 3. Again, this one is already in the lower bracket, so you win this series, you go to EWC, you lose, you pack your bags. We're going to start on Fortress. Kyle, what do you make of this pick?
Well, it makes a lot of sense that it's going to be SR's pick here, considering it's their best map, and they have yet to lose on this map. Yeah, they looked a little shaky versus Outlast in a game that we were calling Outlast had a chance in, but I don't think that's going to matter. Again, come here in the best of 3s. These guys know exactly what this is for, making the Esports World Cup. This is their best map. It's their home ground. I'm pretty confident in them being able to get their pick.
Lair's a little bit of a toss-up for me. Obviously, we've seen highs for both teams and lows, especially for the side of SR losing to For Fun Esports the way that they did. I mean, it was a flawless defensive half for For Fun, where they managed to only muster out 3 rounds once they got to their defensive half. But again, the bigger question for me is 100 Thieves going to put up that same performance yesterday? Because what we know, for at least from SR, when they get into this best 3 territory, they're on top of it. They're on par with one another. They're able to play well off each other. They play the trades extremely well. They go for those side executes really well. Where 100 Thieves, our first view of what we see in playoffs, hasn't been pretty. So I really hope to see that bounce back.
Yeah, I do think it's a map, though, that they can kind of counter SR on a little bit, because I do think SR is very rigid on Lair, which is why they've kind of been losing it a little bit lately. They kind of do the same things over and over again, and For Fun was able to exploit that, like you just said. So I think I'm actually okay with this for 100 Thieves. They never banned this map. They love this map. Again, we're going to need them, because I'm not too confident in them on Fortress. This has to be their home ground in the best.
I agree.
Well, with the 3rd spot in the Esports World Cup on the line for North America, it's 100 Thieves and Shopify Rebellion. No second chances anymore for these teams. we start things out on Fortress with Jesse and Parker.
Thank you so very much, Jesse. First and foremost, congratulations. You got married the other week. Chat, for the dozens of you that are watching this show, please clap and applaud our new married man, Jesse. You and Jess, congratulations. What a beautiful ceremony.
Thank you, Parker. We've been a little bit away from the casting this last week because I was at my wedding and you were showing up to my wedding underdressed and sitting in the front row, but that's okay because all of that is behind us. And now we can get back to the Rainbow Six Siege with the Rebellion versus 100 Thieves.
For the record, I asked Jesse what was appropriate to wear, and his exact words were, like the last couple matches before the live event of Rainbow Six. So even when we are talking about his wedding, he is using Rainbow Six terms. Jesse, I think you might need a longer vacation than the last week. Also, it was my birthday, same day as your wedding, and I think it's really great that now every time I celebrate my birthday, I will remember Edmonton. What a wonderful treat. So, this matchup, though, 100 Thieves and Shopify Rebellion. Win, you go to Paris and EWC, lose, and that is curtains. Jesse, this is a really tough first map for 100 Thieves. Fortress is quite literally living up to its name for the Rebellion.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mint mentioned it on the desk, but the Rebellion are undefeated lifetime on Fortress. They are 7-0 since this map joined the competitive pool. They have been dominating on this map throughout Salt Lake City. They went 2-0 this stage, beating SSG and Outlast, so they're very comfortable here. A little surprised to see 100 Thieves let it through the map ban phase, but they did win it for the first time 1 week ago. That was 7-5 versus Space Station, so hopefully they've been working on this map, and they can show us some surprises up against SR.
It's been a bit of a rough go for SR here in stage number 1, but they're not alone. There have been a couple teams that have underperformed, some that have seriously overperformed. There was a period of time where it seemed like the Rebellion would maybe have a rougher pathway to the playoffs here, and that their road to EWC was getting quite challenging. I mean, if you watch yesterday's games, which were quite exciting, both of the best of threes were good. Obviously, the second one was significantly better, which was Darkseer versus Wildcard. That was a banger. The two teams that finished in the grand finals of Salt Lake City both failed to qualify in that first day. Now, one of them, Shopify Rebellion, didn't play, so they couldn't qualify at all. DZ had a golden opportunity to do so, but Wildcard was just doing Wildcard things, and yet again, we'll be back at another international event. So, 100 Thieves have their second opportunity, and as was stated, this is the last one. They fail here, they've had 2 chances, they are out. They'll have to wait for stage 2 to see if they can qualify for the Japan Major in November.
Yeah, and just off the rip here, Parker, I really like the bans coming out from 100 Thieves. The Rebellion, they really have 2 attacks on this primary site here of Fortress. They have a Ying-focused attack, and they have a shield-focused attack. By taking away that Ying, Canadian's forced to kind of go for the shield push. And he's bringing the Blackbeard. It's an operator he knows well, but even still, you're taking tools away from SR, and they're really focusing in on Canadian with these operator bans. The Rebellion will ban what they always ban on Fortress, Smoke a Zombie. There will be no surprises for 100 Thieves on that one coming into this game. So already, I think 100 Thieves may be winning a bit in the operator bans, but it of course has to come to the test here in the server. Many of these roamers have already fallen back on the side of 100 Thieves, so not really wanting to contest the Rebellion early, conceding a lot of this space southwards on the map so that they can have all 5 players alive for the execute.
Having Canadian be your main point with somebody following up with him is going to be the focus for the Rebellion. A lot has been spoken about Canadian and his impact on this team. He enters this game 48th of 50th players in terms of EPS. And the only person that has fewer kills than him in the league is JJ Blast. So you know that he's going to be playing a very passive role. You know he's not going to be involved in a lot of altercations. Or I should actually clarify, he's involved in them. He's just not the one doing any of the shooting. The shooting will be done by 2 people, maybe 3. One of them is going to be Ambi, and he starts off very well. Spoit's also on the board. The dual F2s putting in some serious work. Kaysen will pick up his first kill. He's chasing 100 kills in stage 1. Quite a tally for his rookie debut. That'll be 91 so far on the stage. Surf on the board. So 3 people on SR getting active from a kills perspective, and Spoit will get the final one. 2 kills for Ambi, 2 kills for Spoit, and 1 for Surf. I'm assuming that's a bow and arrow, and I mean, Spoit was shooting. Maybe not at Rex on the other side of the room. SR, take round 1.
Vibes are good in the SR camp. That's what you want to see for the favorites coming into this matchup, despite starting the lower bracket. I think most people would call the Rebellion the favorites here, of course. Second place just at the last Salt Lake City Major. They have high hopes and high expectations to make it to Paris, to head into EWC. one hugely important aspect of this game that we saw front and center in the first round, Parker, are going to be the opening engagements. This was touched on briefly by the desk. Certainly on the 100 Thieves side, they have really struggled to convert a lot of those entries. It was a big problem for them yesterday versus M80, but I think especially against the Rebellion, winning those opening gunfights are so important. Shopify Rebellion have the highest entry conversion rates of any team in the North America League, winning 80% of the rounds when they get the opening pick. And when Ambi's doing stuff like this, you can be pretty confident they're going to get those opening picks. They had so much information helping out the Rebellion there. It allowed Ambi to take the space that was given to him for free. The F2s were singing, as you mentioned, Parker. So 100 Thieves, they've got to be a little bit better in the early parts of these games. I want to see them maybe getting a bit more aggressive, catching the Rebellion off guard, ruin some of their plans before they get set up for their 5-man execute.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves we knew would have their hands full here. Your goal is to just make it to map number 2 with, I guess, as competitive a map as possible. One thing that Troy talked about when he was doing a bit of a post-mortem on Salt Lake City's finals was that Shopify Rebellion just mentally boomed on a map that they knew they were going to lose and they were just not able to recover. If you're 100 Thieves, you have to not fall victim to the same thing. You almost certainly know you're going to lose Fortress just based on the history and the way that Rebellion play this map. So square your mind off, prepare for map number 2, and just try to keep it as competitive. One thing I will say about 100 Thieves is usually their mental is pretty good. So if they can, stay the course, they'll have a fighting chance in map 2 and then can push us to border for map 3. Also, just a small note, F2s being shown off. That's the new Shopify Rebellion R6 share skin. It's quite nice, Jesse. I don't know if you've seen it.
I have seen it. I picked it up myself. It's a beautiful little skin to come through there. I believe it comes with the Twitch bundle. So pick it up now in the store if you're looking to get some swag on, and certainly it'll be useful to SR here as they attack the second top floor bomb site. One player highlighted by the desk that I'm hoping to see more from today will be Adam Parker. This guy was instrumental in beating the Rebellion back during the group stage. He will have to be good again today. He lurks just around the corner that Ambi's staring at inside a bathroom at the moment, so there's a couple of players here that they have to be worried about. Information gathered and in the site.
And there they go. Ambi killing everybody, but then Rexon kills Ambi. Oh my goodness. Maybe he was just too strong. That's an unfortunate team kill. And frankly, a big window of opportunity for 100 Thieves to exploit. Yes, you've lost Gomez. That's quite devastating. You've almost lost Hot and Cold. But with what you saw Ambi do in the previous round, this is a big blunder by the Rebellion.
Yeah, that's Rexon's third team kill of the stage, Parker. He's the only person in the league with more than one. So that's going to be devastating for his team's chances. Shotgun close range for Spirits will do exactly what they were hoping for, but the trades continue to be good. Numbers remain even in this very close second round.
Let's see, Surf using that SR bundle, by the way, that you were talking about. Ball, his skin, his kit, his uniform, not the skin itself. The gun is the old bull skin. Spoit finding Adam. Down goes Hot and Cold. Kaysen is on the board yet again. And for what? 2 rounds in a row? Kaysen's the only one on 100 Thieves showing any signs of life. That one ends in a hurry. And it's a 2-0 start for the Rebellion.
Richie redeems himself a little bit at the end there. Rexon gets that final frag, so the team kill is totally fine in the books for Shopify Rebellion. They start this one off nice, 2-0. Again, I like how close they kept it. They got a little bit caught off guard by Spirits' positioning close with the Warden shotgun. I don't think they had any clue that he had pushed up that close to the old tower stairs, but they were so quick to get that frag back. It was Surf who got that kill. Here's the team kill right onto Ambi. This is the trade onto the Warden I was talking about. Just the speed at which this is happening is so important. And I think the team play from Shopify Rebellion continues to be one of their biggest strengths in this league.
I love you, bro.
Celebrations abound at the Toronto headquarters of Shopify. Rexon's played pretty much every bit from home, but Jesse, you're the geography guy. Remind me again, what coast does Rexon live on?
Rexon lives on the sunny west coast of California.
And remind me again, what coast is Toronto on?
That would be the East Coast on the Atlantic Ocean. Well, I guess
anybody who knows anything knows that ping from California to the East Coast is not ideal. And while Surf and Ambi both play out of Chicago, it's a lot easier. There's only a Great Lake or two really separating these teams. So they have Rexen at the Shopify headquarters to play with Spoit and Canadian. It hasn't really helped his numbers that much, but again, one thing we have watched with this SR team over the last couple months, in Salt Lake City in particular, is how they've changed roles. Rexen was in a more fragging heavy role. Surf has now kind of taken up some of that role. Rexen has fallen a little bit back to play more auxiliary, and the numbers really do support that. Rexen has fallen quite a ways down the rankings, but again, just as we said with Surf in Salt Lake City, these are very tough roles to play. As long as he doesn't get, another team kill, I think Rexen can provide some value here for the squad.
Getting 4 team kills before anybody else in the league has 2 would be tough. So we will hope that that doesn't occur for Rexen, and I don't think it will, because he is an incredible player. And, the desk even talked about it, plays some tough roles here. So it's going to be important that he continues to provide value for his teammates. There's not really much of a roam game from 100 Thieves going on in round 3, Parker. Gomez was lurking around the top of tower stairs, but he's fallen back off to the main floor and conceded all of this ground now for SR to play with. This is what a lot of teams will be doing these days on this kitchen defense for Fortress. They are fine to contest just the bottom floor because it's a little bit tough to contest the top floor, spreading out your forces a bit. So instead, they will play the stall game. They've got Spirits inside of Infirmary, locking down an incredibly important position. Hot and Cold stalling things out with the Tachanka as well. Hatches are open with no problem. This is probably where the defuse kit is going to go on the side of SR, so watch out for that. But right now, it's still just a stall game.
Speaking of stalling here, Spoit's trapped on the stairs. Surf with a lead-off pick. That's 3 in a row for SR. Hot and Cold on the board, though. His very first kill. And Gomez will find one, too. So 2 of the 3 remaining players on 100 Thieves without a kill have broken that. We'll wait on Adam's first kill. Hopefully it comes next round if you're a fan of 100 Thieves. Surf will find yet another. It's Hot and Cold down. These anchors getting picked off. Gomez called to action, just a little bit under a minute to go. Nade will bypass Kaysen as he looks to strike fear into the hearts of SR, playing in Hammam. Manages to dodge those bullets for the time being. Spirits will find his second. Down goes Surf. 20 seconds have flown by. Both of these teams very eager to narrow the numbers. If you're the Rebellion, you got to keep narrowing them now. You are at a disadvantage. Rexen will have Canadians coverage as they now have control of this bomb site. And Rexen will go for a plant. A bit of a precarious position. Canadian downs Gomez. A rare kill for Canadian. A second could be here. Oh my. Buy a lottery ticket? No. Kaysen outduels him. Diffuse kit does not go down. It's a 1v1 and Rexen wins it. Bailiff in hand and SR unbeaten so far on Fortress.
Beautiful little 1v1 there at the end, Parker. Got a bit messy with Canadian on the shield, but that's okay. Richie's there with the Bailiff to close that one out. Beautifully done to be able to get that 3rd round on the board. Undefeated through 3 straight now are the Rebellion. They're looking so good so far. That was definitely the closest round that we've seen. It gets down to that final 1v1, but in the end, I think the Rebellion just did a really good job, again, of keeping the numbers close. Even when they would lose somebody, they would get that trade back immediately. That was a big theme for them in round number 2. It's happening again now in round number 3, and we get a very early tack timeout to come through from Vivas. I have to imagine this is the right call. I mean, they're starting on defense. This is the side they chose, so they clearly think it's the stronger side for them on this map, and they have yet to win a round through 3 straight rounds here, Parker. Definitely cause for concern.
The man that was talked about quite a bit by the desk and their best fragger on the team, the one on your screen at the moment, Adam, did have some struggles yesterday, and today they are appearing yet again. This has been the main criticism that's been leveled against Adam, is that he does very well in the lower stakes games, but the moment that the pressure is on, Adam does not rise to the occasion the way that a lot of his other contemporaries do. People in this lobby like Ambi, Spoit, and Surf, for example, can level up under severe pressure. Adam yesterday was one of the worst rated players in that best of 3, and he enters as the only player on 100 Thieves over 100 kills. He's yet to find one. He's the only player right now on the side of 100 Thieves that doesn't have a kill, and the only player in the lobby that doesn't as well. I don't know, frankly, what it is, whether it's the shakes, whether it's he gets in his own head or not, but if Adam is not able to have a good day against the offensive threats of the Rebellion, 100 Thieves are going to need an overperformance from the other 4 players to close that gap.
Adam is a former Sonic and former teammate of both Ambi and Rexen. He dropped 18 kills the last time these 2 teams met in the group stage. That best of 1 7-5 victory on border was Adam's best game of the season. since then, he has been unable to replicate such a performance. And you're right, as we've gotten deeper into the season, as the matches have mattered more, and as we've gotten into best of threes especially, Adam hasn't been that star player. They're still looking to see him pop off and have those big moments. We know the skill is there. We know the talent is within him to get these frags and to be the player that 100 Thieves need him to be. We just aren't seeing it so far through this game. So that'll be a big focus as we continue on through this. Excited to see what kind of adaptations come through from this tactical timeout as well. They will get a chance to go through their full rotation once more, so plenty of time to adapt.
He had 3 kills in that very first map, was able to straighten things out by map 2. In the matchup against M80 yesterday, he went 8 and 8, which is still well below what we expect of him, but a significant improvement from 3 and 10, which was his tally line in map number 1. Again, the only player without a kill, and so goes Adam, so goes this 100 Thieves roster. I mean, you're going up against a team that's had a very strange stage 1. SR has had some very puzzling matches. They have gone to 12 rounds or more in pretty much every single match they've played. So they have not been a very efficient team. If you're a fan of 100 Thieves, you're looking at the scoreline and going, okay, well, they've got 3 rounds on us, but we know we're going to go all 12 rounds, so we're bound to get some at some point, right? It's just when those rounds come and what the motivation is going to be like on the side of 100 Thieves. First set of action. Over towards tower as Spirits manages to survive a flashbang, and Ambi in a very familiar position. He's now looking for something loud Canadian to take up space here. Oh my goodness, he gets hot and cold, but it's an ugly one at that. Jesse Gomez and Adam on the board. There's Adam with his very first kill. Spirit still on tower. Action breaking out all over the place as we've just eclipsed the halfway point of the round.
Yeah, and it's the most important kill for Adam Parker. It's that entry that we continue to talk about. It gives the man advantage over to 100 Thieves when Canadian trades out 1 for 1. And now you see the Rebellion, they're kind of backing off a bit. They didn't get the space they were hoping for as they pushed in Big Tower and White Stairs. Ambi finds some success, but they don't ever root that Warden out of the tower position. And they've dropped the defuse kit, as is just shown by our observers. So they've got a lot of work to do. This is not a good spot. And with information, Gomez takes a fight, but doesn't get rewarded with the kill.
Ambi's been held in that exact same position the whole time. Spoit with 1 kill. There goes Ambi at the hands of Kaysen. It's all up to Spoit to save the day. 100 Thieves used their timeout moments ago, and it seems to be paying off. They know exactly where Spoit is. Default cam spots him. Continuing to maneuver in. Silhouette's far away, defuse kit even farther, 30 seconds to go. Spoit almost unwinnable, and Gomez will shred him with the Scorpion in hand. A very good round for 100 Thieves. They get the opening pick, and then they crush the rest of the round to get their first on the board.
Little surprised Ambi didn't shoot the default cam above him. It's an easy mistake to make, but usually a player of his caliber does not forget about that. That was what was feeding the information for 100 Thieves throughout that round, and certainly gave them a bit of an advantage on some of those fights over towards White Stairs. I do think you have to give all the credit in the world to Adam, though, finding that entry. He was playing the horse position, and we didn't catch it on cam, but right as this engagement's going down, he finds that frag onto Surf, which is the isolated kill they're looking for. Then again, with information, Gomez gets aggressive, goes for a couple of big swings, and gets 100 Thieves there first. A much needed round on the board.
Whoa, secured!
It's that top floor bomb site that they started on as well, and really things did not go in their favor. The tides have turned, though. If you're just looking at progress that you've made over the last couple rounds, there was a single kill for 100 Thieves in round number 1. They got 3 kills in round 2. They got 4 kills in round 3. And again, it came down to a 1v1 that Rexen won, but was very much a coin flip round. If that breaks in favor of Kaysen, who was last man standing, and we're looking at a 2-2 scoreline. Things are completely different here. 400 Thieves, they only suffered through 2 deaths in round number 4. They have been making steady improvements from just a numbers perspective, and they're playing a lot better as well. Playing off of each other effectively, being able to shut down those entries is really critical after giving up 3 opening picks. They did that in round 4. Maybe the timeout helped settle them down a little bit. And if they can keep that up, then this first half is going to get infinitely more competitive than what we've seen.
Hot and cold, bringing out the Clash for their second top floor bomb site here and their second go-around as well. This is not something that he brought out earlier in the stage when they played Cloud9 or Space Station, so this will be new that SR haven't been seeing, might not have been expecting to come out. We'll be changing off that Tachanka, giving it over to Spirits from what we saw a couple rounds ago. So SR will need to adapt. Whether they spotted that in the prep phase or not, they have not chosen to bring Canadian on a shield. Instead, the captain of SR is going to be on the Lion this time around, so a very strong gun, plus the global gadget that can keep those defenders in place. Doesn't seem like we're seeing SR go for that full map clear like we sometimes see. There's a lot of players still sitting outside the building waiting for something to happen over towards the bomb sites. Drones now are giving them intel that a lot of the space will be free so they can run it and take it. But getting past this clash in the late round is going to be my biggest concern.
He spots it on Snake's gadget. Out will go those lion scans, and back onto the gadget Ambi will go, hoping to provoke a fight, but I think he's a little concerned about that fork in the road not too far from him. Rexen now outside of the wreckage as he assesses the destruction that's been done on the wall. Gomez hoping for an early warning sign throughout the Guzman mine, handled by Rexen. So that's some information that 100 Thieves will be without. If they don't know that it's been shot away at, this could be quite challenging. Spirits with the first kill. It's on to Canadian. Down goes Serve as well. Spirits will find 3 from his position. Adam is gone. Spoit the only kill so far for SR. This is a huge round for the French Canadian as he now sits on 6 kills, tied with Spoit in the lobby, and there's still 2 more bodies to be dug. Clash slowing them down for the time being. SR really has their work cut out for them. They have to take these engagements, Jesse. They're looking for it, but 100 Thieves are giving them absolutely nothing. Gomez, a peek. Spoit's reflex is too good. Out will go the death mark. Ambi in the midst of the site, now slowed down by the clash. Kaysen on the board. No ace for Spirits. Kaysen will find 2, and 100 Thieves will grab their second round.
Well, I was worried about the clash, but how about that Tachanka? Spirits, a huge triple to start that round. He enters this game as the lowest rated player on 100 Thieves, the only negative player on this team as well as you look at the stage stats as a whole. But what a big performance coming out from Spirits. You mentioned it, but it's kind of a battle of Canada here, Parker. You've got the Toronto-based captain of the Toronto org, Shopify Rebellion, Troy Canadian, playing in this matchup up against the Quebecois captain of the Canadian national team, Spirits, over on the side of 100 Thieves. So no doubt the 2 best players in the country going head-to-head here. And that one, it was Spirits who came out the better, finds the opening pick onto his countryman, and then able to really clean things up after that. Credit to Kaysen and Hot and Cold as well for their huge impacts in that round. Gives a bit of momentum to 100 Thieves now, rolling into our final round of the half.
That's exactly what they need. And they're doing it all without Adam. What do we say? We needed individual performances. We needed the rest of this 100 Thieves team to pick up. Kaysen has been very good at closing out rounds. Those exit kills. We spent a lot of time talking about entry kills. But how about exit kills? That's where Kaysen has really feasted upon this team. But if we are focusing solely on entry kills, Adam and Spirits have picked up the opening kill in the previous 2 rounds. And right now, the team that strikes first has a 100% success rate at converting. So if you're 100 Thieves, if you can strike early, the Rebellion have not been able to recover from being knocked on their heels. Ditto for 100 Thieves. If Rebellion can strike, whether it be Spoit, whether it be Ambi, getting in early and punishing you, all hell breaks loose in this 100 Thieves defense, and they are not able to recover either. We haven't really seen quick rounds. We've been waiting for about half of the round to see kill number 1. So pacing on Fortress pretty normal. This one might be a little different. They think he saw the Fenrir gadget get tossed out, and Rexen is waiting now, staring very patiently. He sees him. Patience rewarded. Adam goes down. Rexen the leadoff pick, and Adam has a rough first half, but 100 Thieves will hang their hat on their other 4 players for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's a really nice pick being taken advantage of by Rexen. He finds that space, he grabs it. Now that's man advantage going over to the best conversion team in the North American League. 5v4 with plenty of time to work with. They know that there's unlikely to be anybody top floor. People don't really play this site with many roamers up above, so they should expect all 4 of these players to be down on the ground floor. Indeed they are. Barely missed running case in there. Of course, they won't assume that it's clear, but it's a bit of information that they just barely missed out on. A lot of the pressure is going in towards Infirmary. Spirits will have to be good in the next 30 seconds.
They got the lineup. The air jab will go. Spirits in a bit of a tough situation. Now the nade will go. If he manages to survive here. Oh my goodness. Still alive for the time being. Spoit gets 1. Spoit gets 2. And suddenly all of 100 Thieves are falling by the wayside. What did we say? You get that opening pick. You do really, really well. Spirits kills Gomez and then kills Ambi and Surf. Also looking for Canadian as he's in pursuit. Not able to do enough damage. Drops him and now has to worry about Spoit. Sitting on 9 kills. The Swede hoping to break double digits. Spirits is at 8. He's within striking distance. Canadian has been picked back up. And Spirits is still on the run. Rexen starts things off. Rexen finishes things, and despite a scary 2 rounds, Shopify Rebellion take the first half 4-2.
A 4-2 start on maybe their best map in the entire pool. Not too surprising here from Shopify Rebellion. We asked for improvements in individual performances on both sides, and we're seeing that from Rexon, a big clutch in round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really well. And yeah, the round 3 that you're talking about, Rexon, this was a great heads-up play. They were in the man disadvantage. He calls for the rotate to try to go for sight, knowing a couple players were off site. They immediately go for the take. Troy comes in to hold for the crossfire here, so it allowed diffusers to be planted. And inevitably, I mean, this is the SR that we were expecting coming into Best of Threes. I mean, almost those 2 rounds before this were practically flawless. And again, it's what's expected once we get into these playoffs from the side of SR.
Yeah, I mean, it is expected, but it's still good to see it, of course.
Absolutely.
Them coming in here, they've casters were talking a little bit about that opening man advantage as well, and it's good to see that SR actually has that going into their favor, because that's kind of been their Achilles heel. But Spirits was another player that we were highlighting and talking about. He needs to kind of get into the game, and he's been struggling a little bit mentally for this team, having coached Spirits a little bit in the past. I know that sometimes his own individual results can sometimes affect him, but he is having a good game as well. A nice little 3K right there to hold down the site, which was big for them to kind of get some rounds onto the board.
I mean, even that last round, he almost had that big clutch. It could have really came down to a 1v1 if he wins that next engagement. But what I really liked from the side of SR specifically was their attacking half. I think a little bit for the side of 100 Thieves, they did blunder their bans. We were talking about it. I felt like they maybe could have got more use out of a solid snake. Maybe
some info.
Could be, yeah, especially the info. And we were hearing from the comms. They were using that information very well. And now it's a situation, once we switch sides here, are they going to try to do the same thing? Is SR going to get rid of those? And even when they did go for the traps, I'm so glad we didn't see the wall denial ops. They bring the Thatcher, completely eliminates the use of those traps, essentially just making the defensive half kind of just a routine standard defense once you can alleviate all those traps.
Well, what they did was, yeah, they banned out the Twitch, played the traps, and we heard them say they're going to start bunkering up here. I mean, 100 Thieves, they started slow. Like, that's not even a question. Even their coach called them out for playing too slow. They need to be able to play a little bit faster. They started bunkering up, but when they started bunkering up, it relies on them winning their ones, which is, I mean, they were able to win 2 of those rounds, but that last round they got run over once Spoit was kind of getting some of the opening picks. But yeah, for the bans on the other side, we are going to see the wall denial, which we've kind of not been liking on Fortress. And the reason we don't like it on Fortress, though, is because what does it leave up? It leaves up the Azami, the Mira, the Clash for that the Rebellion like to use.
The traps. I mean, there's a plethora of things that you can use when wall denial. Yeah.
And we've seen the wall denial up, and it wasn't even
they got it to the site.
They didn't even use it once. So,
yeah,
I don't know, but
questionable.
Yeah, it is questionable, but they only took out, let's see, Monty away from Spirits, so that's going to be like the old full clears, and then they also took out the Glass, which is good for the direct takes, but it does get countered out by the Rebellion running smoke, which is why typically that's banned.
I do just quickly want to mention, I am glad to see Kaysen starting out very well. We talked about he is sort of late to getting into it, so to see him have the performance that he is now, it's great. I don't want to see it taper off. I want him to finish this half strong.
Yeah, the individual performances on 100 Thieves
absolutely
heading in the right direction, but down 2 rounds, gonna have to see the entire team come together.
Well, thank you very much, guys. This has been a competitive game so far. This is the Rebellion's map pick, so it's not a huge surprise to see them taking an early lead. Then again, 7-0 lifetime record on Fortress. This has not been a map where SR have ever found failure. 100 Thieves hoping to make history now, defeating them on this map for the first time, but 4-2 is going to be a mountain to climb against, especially now going onto their weaker side of attack.
Absolutely correct. I mean, Rebellion have to be pretty happy about that first half. They've had some pretty good underlying numbers, and everybody's showing up quite effectively. I know that I made a little bit of a cheeky remark earlier where I said a rare Canadian kill, but he's got 2. Ambi has 3, which means by most properties they are equivalent. And given that Ambi is the 14th best rated player in the league, then Canadian obviously can't be that far behind. Oh my goodness, he's in 48. Never mind. Okay, Jesse, I was wrong. But honestly, a pretty good showing from everybody. Spoit, again, has just been continuing to improve ever since they made those changes around the time of Salt Lake City. Spoit has been kind of in Berlin major form, and it's obviously been boding well for Rebellion, even if they've had some hiccups in the regular season.
Yeah, there's no doubt Spoit has been fantastic for this team so far. He's really finding good value. The F2s will move from the SR hands over to 100 Thieves, and we saw Gomez already doing great work with those drones. Kaysen struggling a little bit more with his own drones and the Utso clear, but that's okay. That's why they bring 4 of them. The Twitch drones have already dealt with a lot of these Goyo canisters, and should be able to get maybe some of the barricades. I'm not exactly sure what he was hoping to do with some of those drones. One of them he definitely missed. The others here, he's just kind of sending off the roof. causing some noise for sure.
I'm not really sure what was going on there, to be completely honest with you, but that's okay. Finding the right target for a death mark can be a bit of a tricky one. Spirits will find the Ella of Spoit. I think that's a pretty decent player to target. It'll keep Spoit on the run, give him information. Spoit and Spirits in a collision course is something that I'm sure the fans are very excited for, as they've both been far and away the two best gunners in this lobby.
Slow round as we come to expect from both of these teams who do not have very aggressive squads competing today, Parker, with both 100 Thieves and the Rebellion being a little bit more slow and steady, a little bit more methodical on some of their takes. So expect this pacing to keep up throughout this whole best of 3 series.
Hold on.
No deaths just yet, but the information continues to sing. This is what gave SR the advantage on their first attack. 100 Thieves have to do something with it too.
Hot and Cold finds Spoit. Blink and you missed it. There's another as well, not far removed. He gets Surf. That one technically wasn't his kill. I believe that was Spirits who picked that one up. Houghton just got the secure, but with it, that's 2 very early kills for 100 Thieves. Once again, if you get the opening pick, you win the round. That has how the first 6 rounds have played out. 100 Thieves are hoping that that continues. If the streak breaks, Rebellion's lead grows. Final 20 seconds now. SR outnumbered by 2. Ambi, Canadian, and Rexon, the last 3 remaining. Everybody still up on 100 Thieves as they look to break in, and Canadian will be the one to stop this. His attention goes elsewhere. He's distracted. Ambi, the only kill so far. Diffuse kit going down. Objective play has not been that important so far. Ambi will die at the hands of Adam, and it's a triumphant first round of the second half by 100 Thieves.
Again, these entry picks, they continue to tell the story, Parker. It's that information that favors the attackers. Combine it with a couple of F2s that it's so hard to defend in some of these positions. You were right, it was Spirits that got that second kill, but Hot and Cold with the down. Then again, the intel that was being given by Hot and Cold with that snake scanner was so valuable to find out what space was free, to find out where they could take some gunfights. At the end of the day, they all push together on the side of 100 Thieves, and they collapse in on that site. SR have a bit of a history clutching in that environment on that primary site here on Fortress, but it was too much to handle today. 100 Thieves, a really good attack to start this second half, and shows that this is still anybody's game.
I mean, both of these teams are scrappy. We knew it would be a dogfight. We knew this would be a slow affair. We knew that it would be a tough match for both of these teams. There's good and strong individual players on both sides of this field, so if one star performer fails to show up, if 2 fail to show up, that can be the difference maker. Adam's starting to find his footing, which is good. He's going to be playing main entry for a lot of these rounds. Look like he'd be playing the snake, maybe swapping off. Spirits will take it instead, so Adam will go back to more of that utility play that we had seen from him. It won't put him in that position to get these opening picks as frequently. Still searching for the first player to break double digits now as we begin round number 8. Spirits and Spoit sitting at 9 kills. Next closest is all the way back at 6, and that's Kaysen. And a reminder, Kaysen started the day with 90 kills. If he hits 10 either here or in his next game, he'll break 100 kills in his rookie season, which is quite the feat.
Yeah, that's career stats as well, of course, given that this is rookie season. So exciting for Kaysen to get his first 100 kills as a professional player. I'm sure there will be many more hundreds to come after this, but he'd hope sooner rather than later. If they lose this, they'll be done for the summer. They'll have to wait for stage 2 happening later on in the fall. A victory here sends them to EWC. It moves Kaysen over to his first ever LAN event. Somebody else who attended a LAN event in their rookie stage was Spoit, and of course he won that one all the way back in Berlin many years ago. So big footsteps to be following in. Kind of fitting that they have to go up against one another here for the final spot to make it to EWC from North America. I say the final, there's one more right after this, but there are no second chances for whoever loses this game.
No more August or fall, summer majors, as you want to call it, depending on where you are in the world. EWC has replaced that within the Rainbow Six ecosystem. And if you recall, Spoit's win at the Berlin Major was during what would have been the August Major. So EWC will take place at the exact same time. And the Berlin Major was 2022, if memory serves correctly, so 4 years ago. It's been a while since Spoit was a rookie, and he's really had some ebbs and flows. A career that hasn't really been, I think, as dominant as people had thought it would be after his first couple events, but he's back in fine form. And again, if SR is to ever win anything, you're going to need Spoit back in Berlin shape. And with 9 kills leading the team, taking fights without any hesitation, it seems like he's in that spot. Final minute now of round number 8. Everybody's still alive.
How it goes with these teams, Parker. Very close, though, is Surf. Right up on the breach. He doesn't have a way out of here, so he has to fight his way out, but he loses it to Case, and that's 7 now on the board for the rookie, and he starts to play this util. This is good space taken for 100 Thieves, but they gotta watch out for the stall.
As it happens so often, Gridlock shrugging off a lot of that damage. Hot and Cold's found an opportunity to get the Fuse Kit down, but Ambi will hit the flank. Goodbye to Hot and Cold. Now a rotate as Ambi positions himself towards the window. Spoit finds 2 Case, and yet another. Ambi out-dueled by Adam. A vault in. 30 seconds left to grab that Diffuse Kit for Adam and Kaysen. Rexon and Spoit still remaining as Spoit's 2 kills have now put him in double digits. Down goes Kaysen. A single kill on the round is all he's going to be able to muster. Now Adam with Diffuse Kit in hand. Shut down by Rex, and no real hope there whatsoever, and SR will answer back.
It's so fitting that it's Kaysen and Spoit who get the multi-kills in that round, Parker, that really defined the plays that were happening inside the server. Ambi as well, maybe not as many kills as some of his teammates, but an absolutely critical one, stopping the plant from going down in the midst of that execute. I was worried about the Toxic Babes, I was worried about the Goyo canisters, but it seemed like 100 Thieves found a way to slip into the objective to start that defuse plant going down. It's just a shame the flank watch wasn't on point, because that could have changed everything when it comes down to the executes, but Spoit was incredible on the defense. Ambi had a perfect flank to be able to shut that down, and Rebellion are now 2 rounds away from taking their own map.
Which really is the calculus, right? You expected, based on their stat line, 7-0 on this map. You figured that an 8-0 for SR was good to go. And then you have Lair as what could be the decider if 100 Thieves don't win. That's map number 2. And then we have Border awaiting us as a potential tiebreaker. All of these maps play out very differently. They all show off different styles of siege.
Yeah.
If you are not the most strategic of all teams, Border is a blessing for you. There's still obviously a lot of strategy at play on every single map in the map pool, but it is a fragger's paradise over on Border. And if we said that Fortress seemed scrappy, ooh boy, hold on to your butts, because Border can absolutely be in that vein. Less so on Lair. I suspect that we might not see Border, but we're definitely seeing Lair. It'll be a bit more strategic, more in line with Fortress. And honestly, I feel like this is just the eye test, Jesse. I feel like SR is not the worst team on Lair, but I'm sure you've got numbers to correct me or agree with me.
0-2 this stage, losing to 4Fun and M80, but they've had their successes in the past, certainly on Lair. Border was the map where these two teams faced off in the group stage, and again, that was 7-5 win for 100 Thieves. That started a 4-game losing streak for the Rebellion, which is why they had to start in the lower bracket here in these playoffs. So it would be poetic if that ended up being our final meeting place between these two squads. I certainly hope it gets there, but we'll have to see how it turns out. Again, here in round 9, as we go down to the bottom floor, this is one where we don't see too many roamers playing around for the top floor, so knowing that, 100 Thieves will bring lots of soft destruction. Gomez here on the Ram, Hot and Cold to pop open these hatches with the Habana. They should take quick work of this top floor, and we'll start looking downwards in just a few moments. It's been fast for them so far.
Only a minute and 20 seconds off of the clock as that full horizontal destruction is now being done to give them a vertical look into the site below. Kaysen will be guiding spirits forward, the Blackbeard and the Snake working in tandem to take map control very quickly as the rest of the team is once again settled in on that top floor. Nobody yet to come to blows. They've not been able to find any of the targets that they want. There's information on the side of Rebellion as well. Canadian playing the pulse. He will once again be unlikely to take engagements. His cardiac sensor will guide the other 4 gentlemen on this SR squad. Ambi takes down Adam. That's a devastating blow for 100 Thieves. 4 kills for Adam. He's still putting in work, but again, below where I think he wants to be. Final minute of round 9, and the Rebellion looking to move to match point.
The opening kill has been a great predictor of the round win so far, Parker. That might mean that the Rebellion are moments away from getting that 6th one on the board. Surf in a really cheeky spot, too. They seem to know his position. It's a great clear. Spirits and the Blackbeard does perfect work, but immediately there's an answer. Spoit with one back on a Hot and Cold in 35 seconds. SR continue to hold the lead.
Reloading.
If you keep making 100 Thieves bleed, you're gonna last a little bit longer. They'll bleed out far quicker. The 3 remaining players of 100 Thieves now over on the old tower side, and They've got one player trapped inside a bathroom. Rexon takes down Kaysen after Spoit falls to the hands of Spirits. 1 for 1, but that still benefits the Rebellion as they have no damage done to the 3 remaining players. Gomez and Spirits will now need to clutch up with just 10 seconds left on the round. There's one kill. Canadian dropped by Spirits. Diffuse kit in hands from the French Canadian. He's still looking for kills, though, running out of time. I don't know if this was the right decision. Ambi and Rexon get exit kills right as the timer runs out, and it's map point for Shopify Rebellion.
This is the thing again with SR, Parker. Their trade game is phenomenal. I love the way they continue to play together. You saw Spoit trapped inside of Laundry at the real beginning of that execute. He doesn't panic, doesn't run away, holds his ground, knows his teammates are holding his cross. It's that trade game and the team play that keeps SR on top once they gain that man advantage. It's the reason they have the highest conversion rate of any team here in this league. And even in those last 5 or so seconds, it looked like even man count in the 2v2, but the third man, the clock, favoring SR, I think always gave them the advantage in that execute. There was no point in that round where they looked like they were behind, so very confident on their defenses. They concede a single round through this third quarter, but after these next set of op bans come through, Parker, they've got to be feeling so confident about closing out this map.
Absolutely, especially with 100 Thieves having to burn their timeouts so early. There is no ripcord to pull. There is no safety net for them. They are in free fall. The only way that you have that is if you manage to knock SR off their stride. And if you do that, then they will call their timeout. But I see no real reason to do that. Rebellion has been in pretty much full control of this map. And yet again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this is a map where SR are undefeated. They know this very effectively. I mean, Canadian and Super really like the fact that they can play unconventional maps. So it doesn't surprise me that Fortress, which is becoming more conventional now, but at one point was quite unconventional, would be within their wheelhouse. Flag on the wall, by the way, for Morocco. As Canadians, we watched them beat us, and then got a bit of a last laugh as France took them down yesterday in the World Cup. So anyway, sporting events be damned. Potential final round now here as Rebellion look for their knockout punch on their own map.
Potential not, though, Parker, and I'm going to give some hope over to the 100 Thieves fan because we have seen Spirits now jump onto the Ying for the first time this game, and it comes right as they ban out the Warden. It's a very one-dimensional strat. You're going to ban out the only operator that can't get flashed and see through smokes, and then you're going to run a ton of smokes and a ton of flashes. That's the game plan for 100 Thieves, but SR don't have any more ability to react to it. They have no more bans as long as this game lasts. So if 100 Thieves can really work with this strategy, they never have to stop playing it. This is their gambit. This is their hope to be able to push this one into overtime and win on their attacks and OT as well. I kind of like it as a last-ditch resort. I'm excited to see what Spirits can do with these Candelas.
Deploying shock drone.
And 1 minute now eclipsed here, as the weight for 100 Thieves gets ever heavier on their shoulders. A huge organization picking up a team that during kickoff had a really rough go of it. Hot and cold, suddenly becoming a free agent after M80 made some roster moves that frankly benefited both teams now. Both M80 and 100 Thieves are flourishing with those changes. Obviously, M80 qualifying for the EWC in Paris with Savage as their IGL yesterday. I also picked up Kaysen as the rookie, and once again, looking for 100 career kills. This is his first stage, so quite a debut it would be. He's been trapped at 8 kills for the time being, Jesse. Almost certain he'll pick up 2 in the next map. And that next map might be coming in a hurry. Just a little bit over a minute to go. Spoit starts the killing. Down goes Gomez. Trouble for 100 Thieves.
Been tough so far. They have to get one back as soon as they possibly can, but nothing has come of it. Waiting for a swing to come through, but when Spoit fires like that, it's so difficult to be able to get an answer. 13 and 6 now for the Swede, and Spirits hoping to tie him on that kill count. Will begin to use his utility, pushing in from Rafters, but looks like it's just trying to move these players around. It's just a bait so far.
Out go the Candelas, out go the smokes. Spirits looking to capitalize off of this. Charging in with shotgun in hand. He's punished by Spoit, who's on the ground. A great read from the Swede. 14 kills is all he'll get as Kaysen finds kill number 9, but is on the ground bleeding out. Adam on the board now as well. They've trapped the Clash in the corner. Taking care of him is Adam. He's fired up just when he needs to be. If Kaysen can be retrieved, then the advantage in numbers goes back to 100 Thieves. If not, it's a 2v2 with 20 seconds left. Otten will allow Kaysen to crawl on over as Ambi and Canadian will stand the test of time. Clock continuing to run. 100 Thieves clinging to this map. 2 kills in the next 5 seconds is what they need to do. They're not able to find it just yet. Kaysen getting Diffuse Kid down. Canadian goes for the vault over, shuts it down. Hot and Cold gets the final 2 kills, and with less than a second to go, 100 Thieves wins the round to stay alive.
It might not have been exactly as they drew up the plan, Parker, but the clutch factor comes in at the moment that they need it the most. A huge round for 100 Thieves to get that momentum back. And there's so many players in this round, but I want to talk about Adam just for a moment. Entered this second half as a 1-6 KD. He was the best player the last time these two teams met in the server, and he has come alive here on the attacking side of things. Got a huge multi-kill in the midst of this to keep the numbers close. There's that first one straight in onto Rexon. 5 and 8 at that moment. It's a brilliant shot onto Surf right here that gives them that lead then, and is able to cover for his teammates. Hot and Cold.
Let's fucking go, bro.
Feeling good. It's the first 3 that they need, but that's an important first step.
Camera feed isn't running.
Big motivation as they shout amongst one another. A sigh of relief from the fans of 100 Thieves. Once again, 2 massive organizations within our esport. They've made their mark in other games.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Legends have played for them across completely different esports, and now both of them looking to leave their mark here. 100 Thieves, obviously, with them being so new, yet to make an international event. Shopify Rebellion has made a bevy, but have never really had a great performance until Salt Lake City, where they finished second to the other North American team that made the finals of Dark Zero. And speaking of that, Dark Zero will be in action once this bout concludes. We're in a best of 3, so you've got some time if you're a fan of DZ. They're going to be playing up against 4 Fun Esports, the team that during kickoff was known as 1 of 30. DZ falling at the hands of Wildcard yesterday. Just as we're in this situation, DZ will find themselves in the same situation against 4 Fun, where the winner goes to EWC, loser gets nothing but a vacation until stage 2 in the fall.
2 more opportunities to close this one out. Again, they will likely be up against the Ying in every single defense as long as this map continues on. There is no doubt 100 Thieves are going to lean into this as hard as they can. They've swapped roles a little bit. They've given it over to their captain to allow Spirits to play a little bit more of these shields that they love him on so desperately. Nobody roaming down below too much. This game continues to be a very slow pace in the early game, as neither of these teams want to give up that critical opening frag. But now it's been a couple of times where we've seen teams start to tilt the trend a little bit. It was round 8 the first time we saw the opening pick not result in a round win, and then round 10, the one we just witnessed, had the same set. So narrative might be changing a little bit, Parker, but the opening pick's still critical.
Dominated so far by SR through the first half. It's tightened up as we've gone along 4 of the 10 rounds. Started off with 100 Thieves getting those kills. So once again, matching up to the tallies, just they swapped it. Rounds 8 and rounds 10. That's where the streak broke. Surf has had some troubles here defending, as he's been punished by the attackers quite frequently. We saw it in that, what was it, the infirmary play?
Yeah.
Where Surf was hunted down, and it was a textbook clear by 100 Thieves. Cross was the big issue. Making sure they watch the cross, making sure that they're getting those flankers killed. That was something that Mint highlighted on the desk. I haven't really seen that being as much of an issue here for 100 Thieves. So if they can continue to make these slight improvements, the team's fortunes will go up. Again, they finished last in their group during kickoff. Expectations were probably not that they would make land, but here they are. Certainly within striking distance, but still with some work to be done. Final 35 seconds, and their Surf getting quite active. Not a lot of bullets left in that Vector as he vaults over. He finds 1. Kaysen gets 2, breaking 100 kills for the rookie, but it might be all for naught. A Pyrrhic victory for Kaysen, as 100 Thieves are now reduced to just 2 players. Make that 1. Adam against 3 from Shopify Rebellion. Spoit at 16 kills. An impressive tally from the Swede. He won't get any more. Ambi the final frag, and the Rebellion will take their map.
It's a clean defense. They waste all those Candelas, Parker, and once the utility is run out, that's when they step up to take those fights. A huge game from Spoit, but everybody contributing on the side of the Rebellion. They take their map pick comfortably in this best of 3.
Well, the Rebellion are undefeated on Fortress for a reason. They moved to 8-0, taking the very first map in the series over 100 Thieves. We talked a lot about 100 Thieves and the problems they were having, some of the communication issues. Before we even dive into that, I want to give the people at home an opportunity to listen to that. Back in round 8, we'll set the stage. 100 Thieves, they're attacking and are dealing with a possible flank from Shopify Rebellion. Take a listen.
I'm one of the cross, heard. Watch the door swing.
They flanked me red. Flanked red. Checkers in
I'm on checkers.
Wow, Fanny killed me. Soda window.
Yeah,
close on Soda, rotate.
Dead.
Nice. One Soda window, watch out.
Almost
Soda. Yeah, I think he's last at Soda window.
Heard. I'm gonna walk up Soda window.
Every rotate.
Yeah, Soda window. On that side.
Bro.
Yeah. NT, bro.
They said they were gonna flank, bro, but no one's holding that shit. It was such a free bomb plant, man.
I mean, you can clearly hear the frustration. We talked about this being the bigger picture. They're so out of sync on their attacks. In those attacks, they had everything set up. They could have went for that site execute. They even mentioned 40 seconds prior to them going for that plant that there's a possible chance for a flank. The fact that nobody's watching it ends up being the reason they lose that round. Then to even push that further, the next round they get flanked again.
Yeah, they literally get flanked again. And then what do they say at the end of the It's the same thing. Guys, why are we getting flanked twice in a row? Then we hear Adam with a little bit of pushback. I actually can't hold the flank. It's too much. So you can kind of see SR, obviously, they're really comfortable on this
they're having
map.
fun.
But it's kind of bad for 100 Thieves that we're now just figuring out that flanks are too hard to hold. We also heard in comms later, it's too hard to drop down Old Tower against this team. So clearly, they're struggling.
Right, credit goes to SR for exploiting that, right? They were able to play, a very strong game. We saw good performances from Spoit, from Rexon, who we highlighted coming into the game, right? This was a team that was capitalizing on each and every single one of 100 Thieves' mistakes.
Yeah, I want to give the flowers to Mr. Consistent, as we were calling him, Rexon. There he is, the glue piece. 9-6, maybe not quite as impressive as what Spoit is
That's
doing.
enough.
16-7, but that is enough. He's doing exactly what he needs to be doing. He's in the comms in a big way for this team as well. And I was also thinking this is a Spoit game. When we were talking a little bit before behind the scenes, I said this is kind of a game for Spoit to kind of pop off, and we are seeing it. So again, where are they having the success? Well, on the defense, we love to talk about layering. We love it. But 100 Thieves on this map, they were looking a little bit telegraphed. You kind of know where the push is coming from. Where's Spirits on the shield? They clearly saw it coming. And then they're using the Valkyrie, the Goyo. They're wasting time, Ambi, with those flanks. It's another problem for them to solve. And again, it's just showing how comfortable they are on this map against the 100 Thieves.
Well, 100 Thieves showed us individual strengths. You mentioned Spirits, right? Like, there was some potential there. So I got to ask you this. We're going to layer. Strong territory for both teams. It's 100 Thieves' pick, but SR are very capable here. Do 100 Thieves look like a team that will be able to respond and be strong and win that second map?
It's not the fact do they look like they will. They're all respectable players in their own right. They absolutely can, but what we know and from this team and what we're hearing, it's a lot of mental that is going on. And we talked about Spirits. He hasn't had the best mental. He needed a big game. He absolutely stepped up. He delivered on that front. He had a great game. He's smiling. Even Kaysen, talked about him. He had a wonderful game, 11-9. But again, the big players that we highlighted, the Adam, the Gomez, kind of still disappearing, non-existent, not adding a lot of contribution to these rounds, especially in those opening engagements where they need them the most. Hot and Cold actually, I think, being the third or second highest rated on opening engagements, which is insane because he's their IGL. There needs to be a lot more from this team that we just aren't seeing, that everyone on the side of SR is performing at their absolute best.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to the comms for me. Just listening to them, it's a complete difference from when we listened to Wildcard yesterday.
Absolutely.
Wildcard was losing, and they were still having a blast. But this 100 Thieves team, I mean, it's complete dead. And of course, yeah, they're not winning, so why would they be happy? But again, we're listening from other teams, and I know these guys, having coached 3 of them on Unwanted, right? But what are they missing? They're missing the dream. They're missing the Gavinning. They're missing the upbeat guys, the guys that when you're losing rounds are still going to be able to have fun and kind of rally the boys that we can still win some rounds. And we're hearing none of that. What are we hearing from the SR side, though?
Everyone. Everyone making comments. But yeah, I mean, Adam's not going to say much. Gomez isn't going to say anything. Spirits isn't going to say too much. Hot and Cold's really going to be the only one saying something. And then for Kaysen, he's brand new. He's not going to try to step on anyone's toes. He's kind of just reading the room, being that sponge of absorbing what everyone's to do. It's not to say that Kaysen can't be the one to be a voice here, but someone has to be uplifting, get a little more animated, and put a little more pep in each other's step.
Can they find that energy? Can they find the momentum they need to take a win on their map pick? We go to Lair to answer that very question.
Apparently we were muted. Apparently I was muted. Jesse, I'm going to be honest with you. Somebody yesterday in chat said that they were just thankful to not listen to me, and I was like, I wish I was the same. I wish I didn't have to listen to myself. Either way, one thing that we were talking about before we got into this and before they threw to us, Spirit's the best performing player, yet is the lowest rated player heading into today's matchups. Adam's second least performing player on the team. He's the highest rated player. How do you fix that now going into your own map?
I think obviously you want to see your stars showing up a little bit more, like that's a no-brainer, but you do have to give, I think, Adam in particular some credit for how he turned his game around when they swapped to the attack. His defensive side was not what we expected of him, but when they moved the sides around, once he got to hold an F2 in his hands, it definitely started to change things a little bit. So I think for 100 Thieves, they didn't get to choose their start side. This would be SR choosing to start on the defense, but it might be a bit of a blessing in disguise for them. They can get the momentum rolling on this offensive side. If they can get their fraggers fragging, if we can get Kaysen continuing to keep up his high level of performance, and you combine that with Adam and Gomez hitting the shots that we know they're capable of, that's got to be the win con for 100 Thieves. They're coming into their map pick. They've got to be confident. This can't be a map where they just sit back and let things get rolled over.
No, absolutely. This is your map. This is where you need to grab the proverbial bull by the proverbial horns, because if you don't, that's curtains. Shopify Rebellion enter this map being able to knock you out of the race for EWC. Now, historically, as you said during the last map, this is a significantly better field for 100 Thieves than Shopify Rebellion. And Shopify Rebellion have played this a few times during the stage. They've been tough matches against opponents, both of whom made it into the top 6. But ultimately, if you're the better team, there are times where even if you don't have the best record and even if it is your opponent's map, a 2-0 is very possible. I don't know if this is the current point in time where I think SR can win Lair. I think Border is quite likely, but I remain, things remain to be seen, and I'm happy to be surprised.
No doubt 100 Thieves will be comfortable coming here. They are 2-1 this stage, being 5 Fears and Outlast. Their only loss was against M80, and they pushed it to overtime. So that's a very respectable result up against what seems to be the best team in North America right now. The Rebellion, again, a couple of losses so far, but you go back through history, and SR have definitely had some really cool strats and ideas here on Lair, especially for this top floor attack, which we'll get to see in the second half with Sens and more recently the Raura as well, to try to get some good positioning here on the top floor. But for now, of course, they start on the defense, and they will once again play into a very stall style of defense, right? They want to be able to slow things down. They actually just use the Tubarão plus Bandit combo. They will electrify that wall and remove one of the Selmas from Kaysen. So already the util game going the way of SR.
Hold on, can we go back to Spirits for a second?
Is it his shield?
Can we waifu buff activated? I wish I did not have eyes. I hate that so much. You're gonna get styled on and ranked, and you're gonna see it in replays, and it's gonna be enraging. Oh, I love it. I love that. I love what the teams are doing with. Stop showing it. You don't need to keep showing it. You can spectate somebody else. This is just provocation at this point.
That is the Elevate R6 share skin. So if you want to support Elevate, go ahead and pick up this Blitz Shield skin. And even if you've never watched an Elevate game in your life, I expect a lot of people are going to be picking up that skin, because that's a beauty.
Especially now that they've seen it on full display. I was going to say when they were showing off some of the R6 share skins, okay, he's not even in the building. You can spectate someone else. Even with all the other R6 share skins, they're really good. I think this crop is among the best that we've seen in quite some time, and credit obviously to all the designers who've done that. While we've been waffling, a minute has passed, and as comes to happen on Lair, it's been quite slow with both of these teams. It will be extra slow. I think we might have to add an extra minute of extra time to the round. So 4-minute rounds here for these teams to do battle. Spirits is choked off. Rexon the first kill. Spirits answers back, takes care of Rexon, but not after Gomez is gone. Adam is hoping for a cheeky play as he scouts himself in. A little bit of reconnaissance for the Snake, as we come to expect with that operator. Final 30 seconds now. 100 Thieves completely lined up with the exception of Adam, who's now joining them. So all four looking for an entry. They managed to isolate one as the Bees track down Spoit, and off to the races Spirits will go. He gets him. Clear passage. A Nitro Cell blows up hot and cold. Diffuse Kid in the hands of Kaysen. He's wounded though, and a charge up as Canadian attempts to salvage the round. Down goes Adam. Diffuse Kid is good, but they kill them all. Surf drowns the last two players of 100 Thieves and shoots the body for good measure as the Rebellion take round one.
A little bit of disrespect maybe being shown across the aisle, but hey, that's just the game that we play. It was a really decent looking attack there, Parker. The time got away from them a bit at the ends, but one thing that was criticized about this team on the desk after map 1 was how a lot of their pushes were kind of predictable, right? You always kind of knew, hey, the push is going to be wherever Spirits on the shield is going to be. I like that they moved Spirits around on that push. They initially pressured over towards Bathroom, they baited out some Toxic Babes, they got a couple of kills, then they go back to their primary push, trying to get in through the mask wall. Again, with the Goyo canisters, the Toxic Babes, the bandit trick that happened earlier in that round, the time was just so much of an issue, even the 2 were out, that it wasn't quite enough. And then the post plant Surf hit some brilliant shots, but I think this blitz play from Spirits was absolutely phenomenal. He did everything he possibly could to win this round.
Let's go. Good job, guys.
Vibes need to remain high, and you heard it through the comms of 100 Thieves when they got a motivator on Fortress, and then Rebellion starting off with that scramble as the plant was going down. Really good strategy, though, from 100 Thieves to push the Rebellion defenders remaining, and Spirits gets a lot of credit for that. The way he was able to take up space along Mezzanine, pushing into the bomb site, stopping Spoit from being able to do too much. He wasn't able to grab the second Nitro Cell that was then used to good effect, but he did cut down Canadian as the attempt was made from the Rebellion to regain their footing in their own bomb site. It's just, they were so low HP on the side of 100 Thieves, and Rebellion are gunning. That's really it. You saw on Fortress time and time again, the gunners on Fortress on the side of Rebellion were winning all of their engagements. I hate to sound like a broken record because nobody likes a record not in working condition. Enough with the shield. I know that they're doing this just to piss me off. I know that they're doing it, but no, I hate to sound like a broken record, but there are some days where you can have all the strategy in the world, and if you just lose your gunfights and you're just not able to hit your shots, that's it. It's over. And right now, through first map and now 1 round of the second map, Jesse, I think you can easily say Rebellion's gunners have been online a little bit more than 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I also think just the shield being so much of an impact in that first round was so huge, as you mentioned. And now SR, they banned out 2 of the shields. There's no doubt in my mind they'll be banning out the Blitz after round 3. So even before this game began, the Rebellion expected these shields to be a problem here on Lair, and they were correct with that. But even as I glaze it, it will be taken out. Spoit, the opening pick in this round, gets the Nitro Cell kill onto the Blitz. It's not all bad for 100 Thieves. They had some really good intel inside the site. We were just watching a drone POV, so clearly the information is flowing, but they have to be able to get a kill back. Intel's only good if you can do something with it.
Exactly, and that information only lasts for a short period of time as well. Through the halfway point of round number 2, and not a ton is happening other than Spirit's death. For those that are watching, those that don't know ball or don't play at a high enough level, a lot of players fall victim to the trap where they'll drone for 30 seconds and then think that that intel is still valid, go to enter a room and die to somebody who, you know, because they have legs, have moved to that spot. Typically, if you're droning, intel's good for 5 to 10 seconds tops. What is this?
Whoa.
Good lord. Ambi using every single bullet in that P90, and it does not work out. A brawl ensues, though, as teams trade bodies left and right. Gomez and Hot and Cold, really low HP. They managed to get Spoit from above, so even if he does have very little remaining, Hot and Cold can still make his presence known. That leaves Canadian and Rexon to hold down the fort in the final 45 seconds.
I like the attempt there from Ambi, but ultimately it is just for naught. It's Rexon and Canadian now to lock down in the 2v3. They both are around the site. They are very close, and I don't think they realize just how deep Adam is inside the bomb site. Certainly not. Hot and cold for his third of the round, leaves Canadian with the Clash all alone in a 1v3.
Surely Canadian will win a 1v3, right?
Nah,
just as everybody's predicted. I got a lot of money riding on this, Jesse. Please, my family, my poor family. On Cold and Gomez on a single point of HP. Canadian can easily win this. My goodness, no way. There's no way. Old dog. New tricks. What a moment. Take a bow. I don't think there's a single person watching that thought Canadian would clutch a 1v3, but he does it, and Shopify Rebellion go up 2-0.
A crazy clutch. Canadian really played that perfectly, isolating all three of those engagements in the 1v1. He gets to use that Clash Shield to make the final frag so advantageous as well. That's the experience paying off from the oldest player in the league, 30 years old, but still got it, hanging with the young guns. Massive clutch to come through from Canadian, gets them out of an impossible situation. And again, it just comes down to how much time that he still had on the clock and how 100 Thieves were kind of pressured to make a move, but they weren't playing together. They didn't have those positions, even after some of the uglier moments of that round. It's not what will be remembered here from round 2 of the Rebellion. A huge clutch from Troy, and one to remember for his career for sure.
Don't have a lot of highlight reel clips with Canadian for all that he's done in his career. Inarguably one of the most legendary players, one of the most important players that we've seen ever in the history of this esport. If there were a Mount Rushmore of Rainbow Six Siege, I don't think anybody's arguing against his inclusion on it. It's just the thing that people need to realize about that role is he doesn't like to be in engagements. And yeah, there are times where he gets into engagements and maybe he has aim very similar to what you and I could do. But at the end of the day, he's won multiple world championships and we have simply casted them and not much else beyond that. So when you get a moment for him to pop off like that, and it really was a perfect storm, right? High rate of fire gun, relatively low recoil, individual and isolated fights, all on low HP. It's a perfect storm moment, but still impressive all the same in a very big round for Shopify Rebellion. That's going to be a tilter, I have to imagine, for 100 Thieves, and something that can really get under their skin. If they don't shake that off quickly, their mental game might cost them a couple more rounds before this map is done.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about Canadian. He averages the fewest engagements of any player per round, just barely averaging more than one engagement per round this stage. So it's not something he likes to do too often, but he can frag when he needs to. Here's going to be another opportunity. Just baiting out that Ela charge. They knew the Gersmont mine was there, so Spirits happily will trigger it and then back off, trying to bait a swing out from Ambi, but he hasn't got it yet.
Testing their reflexes as Kaysen has been off to a slow start here. Spoy takes down Spirits. It's a brawl inside the site. Canadian takes 2 with a Nitro Cell. I'm going to say something that I haven't said in quite some time. Canadian top fragging on Shopify Rebellion. 5 kills at this current point in time, and he is one of the 2 remaining players on SR yet again. Not with Rexon, though. He'll be side by side with Surf, who uses his last castle barricade to force these 100 Thieves players into frustrating situations. As you can see from the 100 Thieves loadout, neither of them have explosives, so they will just have to melee their way through those barricades. They'll go to Discovery because all that action happened early enough that it gives Kaysen and Gomez enough time to figure out where to go next. Shopify Rebellion looking for a perfect rotation. 1 minute separates them and 100 Thieves from the round victory.
This is a big test for this young team on 100 Thieves. This 2v2 is so winnable for them. They've got loads of time. Diffuse get in hand. They've got good utility too to try to get this vert and make some space, force some of these players out. The information flows and they get a good angle, but it doesn't matter when they lose their fights. Surf finds the head of Gomez and leaves the rookie in a 1v2.
Already eclipsing the 100 kill mark in his rookie campaign, first time in his career, and as you said, probably hundreds more to come as long as he keeps up this level of play. He's got his work cut out for him now as he cuts his way through this labyrinthian portion of the bottom floor bomb site. Canadian and Surf still standing, 9 kills between the two of them. Surf wounded, but Canadian is still there in reserve. Time running out. Canadian takes the engagement. How does he do it again? A 3K and a 3K back to back for the captain of SR.
What a statement map to shut down everybody that's been chatting for months now on social media. Canadian is proving why he's captain of this team, why they were able to go so deep back at Salt Lake City. It was a 3-0 lead in map number 1, and it is repeated here on their opponent's map pick. this is devastating for 100 Thieves. You have to imagine a Blitzband comes out. I say that. Spoit has actually killed Spirits kind of with ease these last 2 rounds. I'd still expect it to get banned, but they will go for the Glaz instead. So kind of disrespectful saying, Spirits, go ahead, play your shield, we don't care. But I like that coming out from the Rebellion. They shut it down 2 rounds in a row and feeling confident they can do so again.
That was the Nitro Cell that really started things off here. If that misses or gets shot out before, 100 Thieves almost certainly win the round. Another good lineup for Canadian as it forces 100 Thieves into a very familiar position, Jesse. They went down 3-0 on Fortress, called their timeout, and things got a little bit better. Not by much, but certainly better than it was. They're now down 3-0, this time though on their map, and another very early timeout, either to settle the nerves or get the team on the same page when it comes to strategy.
Yeah, and I hate to harp on this point, Parker, but we mentioned it in map number 1. I have to mention it again. Adam, again, the only player without a kill through the first 3 rounds here on 100 Thieves. He's been struggling to find that impact like we know he did. He came alive in the second half of Fortress, but he's got to be able to get involved earlier in these games. Did find a big opening pick after the TAC timeout that we saw on Fortress, so I'm hoping we can see that come through once again. But now he's on the attack. He's running with the F2. It just feels like the Rebellion are making some of these plays that are catching 100 Thieves off guard, whether it comes down to these last few moments, whether it comes down to these clutches. 100 Thieves are struggling to close it out. And is this not exactly what the Deaths talked about heading into this game? Versus M80, they got a ton of advantages, but they converted less than half of them in that best of 3. That's not acceptable for a team at this level. And once again, what are we seeing? We're seeing 100 Thieves get these advantages and fail to convert them over and over again. So I'm hoping that TAC time up from Vivas can right the ship. I'm hoping they can get their mental back on track, because this 100 Thieves team, they're doing the hard parts. They just need to find a way to close out rounds.
You're absolutely right. These have been very competitive rounds. No more than 2 players have survived at the end of every single round so far. That's in a pretty strong contrast to map number 1, where the first set of rounds that Shopify Rebellion won on Fortress were far more dominant. To their credit, 100 Thieves were making incremental progress through those first 3 rounds of Fortress. They've been about the same through all 3 of these rounds, and they've been very winnable. I mean, there really is a scenario where 100 Thieves are up 3-0 if 1 or 2 kills go the other way, or again, that Nitro Cell gets shot and Canadian isn't able to pick up a 3K in that round. So these are winnable positions that 100 Thieves finds themselves in. And honestly, I think, I say this as somebody who's never played, but maybe some of the experts can touch on this. That's even more frustrating when you are that close to winning the round and yet come up empty-handed time and time and time again. That's going to tilt you more than 3, in my eyes, more devastating and very obvious losses. So can 100 Thieves right the ship? They managed to immediately convert their timeout on Fortress into a round victory. They're going to look to do that here in round number 4.
Again, the util game is so good. They commit so much to this ops wall, but it's worthwhile because of how slow it makes 100 Thieves start this round. They will finally get to open it after a bandit trick has cleared one. Never mind, the Zoto canisters will continue to come out. That's Ambi's last piece of utility, so eventually this wall will get open. But I mean, man, it's taken them half the round to get 1 room of map control. That is well below the pace that they would be hoping for, and it's exactly what the strategy has called for the Rebellion. They want to waste time in the early game. They are happy to escape in a 5v5 with 90 seconds off the clock. They're playing exactly the way they want to right now.
Another slow start for Adam does not bode well for this 100 Thieves team. And that certainly doesn't bode well for them at all. A Nitro Cell lands in the lap of Spirits. Ambi, the leadoff pick. Rebellion across both of these maps have been terrific at drawing blood before 100 Thieves can, and it's so difficult when you've spent the last hour and a half playing from behind. Now Kaysen is gone as well, as Ambi picks up yet another. Gomez makes his presence known by firing away a little too early. The cross held by Rexton. Gomez flattened. They just called their timeout, and yet the likelihood of a flawless round victory for the Rebellion has never been higher. All of these rounds have been so competitive. Adam will need to break his goose egg. He won't do that. Ambi gets a 4K, and SR go up 4-0.
That's Jalen Turk, the kid from Chicago, with 4 in that 4th round, Parker, and a huge one to keep the momentum going for SR. That's half the rounds they need here in this second map. And again, after the TAC timeout, it is so critical. Looking at some of these 100 Thieves attacks, maybe that waifu buff that applies to Spirit's shield, I fear it might only last a single round, because in rounds 2, 3, and 4, he has accomplished essentially nothing with this blitz. It's been nitrocelled twice. Spoit got a headshot onto him once as well. It just feels like they are fully reliant on Spirits being this spearhead, making the space with this blitz, but because they're spending so long just trying to get basic walls open, and then Spirits is still dying as the first player on the board, it makes it really difficult for this team to do anything.
I feel like motivation is completely fallen off for 100 Thieves as well. I mean, I hate to harp on this point, Jesse, but Adam is really the person I'm looking at the most. Fourth highest rated player in this lobby, Spoit. Next, Adam in 8th. Spoit has shown up. He's at a relatively quiet second map, but he dropped 16 kills on Fortress. When you are in the top 5 rated players in the region, that's the expectation. Adam enters in 8th. He's still top 10. This is the guy who needs to take over games for you. Yesterday, he was unable to do that against M80. 3 kills in map number 1, 8 kills in map number 2. That's just not going to get the job done up against a team that has seen a resurgence like M80 has. On Fortress, Adam, 6 kills, second lowest rated player on his team. And he is the only player in this lobby without a kill at this current point in time. Unfortunately for Adam, he needs to sort this out because his struggles impact the team, and the team just cannot rely on 4 players time and time again. It's very similar to the argument made against Canadian. The only difference is their roles. Canadian doesn't need to be getting you kills. For 100 Thieves, Adam certainly does. So he's got to break that goose egg soon, Jesse.
I do want to say, like, I feel like it's not just Adam individually. Like, the whole system of 100 Thieves on these pushes is falling apart because they've been quite one-dimensional with Spirits on that shield, maybe aside from round 1. They moved him off of it now. They put him on the Grim for the first time this game, and, well, I don't know if it's perfectly correlated, but that's an opening pick for Adam. He gets one immediately traded out, and Hot and Cold starts the plant.
Ambi trading it back. Plant going down. Nobody wiser. 100 Thieves get out of dodge with 4 players still alive in a mad scramble as the clock shortened from 1.5 minutes down to 45 seconds. 10 seconds already knocked off. 100 Thieves getting in under cover of darkness, getting Diffuser down, and Rebellion knocked on their back feet despite being at equal man count. You got to make a move. Half of the timer now eclipsed. Nobody moving on the side of Rebellion. They draw Canadian in on the shield. Kaysen goes down. Hold on a second. SR sinking their teeth in. Ambi huge. Canadian gets it done. What did we just watch? What is this game? What is SR getting away with? 5-0 for the Rebellion.
That is one of the coolest rounds I've seen in a hot minute, Parker. What a play from both teams. I mean, it starts with 100 Thieves recognizing there are 5 roamers on the top floor, and instead of going for a plant bunks like every other team, they sneak it in just through the wall, just through the other door into sight. That's a crazy plant spot.
Oh, shit! Good job, guys.
And it nearly gave them the round win, but Canadian comes around with the clash, finds huge value on this operator for the 2nd time in a row on that site. A massive disable to come through from the captain, 6-1. It's Ambi who gets the kills, but none of that is possible if Canadian isn't playing the clash in that spot. A really cool strat coming out from 100 Thieves, and an even cooler counter from the Rebellion. It's a shame this is a 5-0, Parker, because even with how some of these rounds have been going, I wish we could see a lot more of it.
I know, and it doesn't feel like a 5-0. Again, there have been countless opportunities where 100 Thieves could have stolen a couple of these rounds. Their strategy was very good on that previous round, but the thing that has always kind of doomed these teams, and this is one criticism of Hot and Cold, is what you do when you get the first kill or the man advantage. Whether it was on M80 or 100 Thieves here, dealing with the man advantage has been a big issue for Hot and Cold led squads, and it seems to be still rearing its head here on this second map. Now, I know that I can already foresee the Twitch chat saying that I'm doing all sorts of things to praise Canadian, but this has really been an outrageously good map for the Canadian, for the captain. He has been doing so much, fragging, coordinating, objective play. He has allowed his fraggers to shine while he does the heavy lifting, and this has been one of the best maps we've seen from Canadian in a long time. And he's been doing it in not really a flashy manner. 1 death over 5 rounds. I mean, Surf's in the same boat. They've been able to stay alive. They've been largely invincible, but the utility play from Rebellion has been great, and you have to give Canadian credit for that. But don't discount Ambi. 9 kills. He's been killing everybody that walks through his sight.
Canadian sitting at a pending 169 EPS. That blows his current highest for the season out of the water, which was a 119 versus 4 fun back in April. So, I mean, yeah, we might be tripping over ourselves, but it's well-deserved. It's been quite a minute since we've seen Canadian put up numbers like these. Still at least 2 more rounds to go, though, so plenty can still happen. 100 Thieves have been going for a pretty direct attack as we've been waffling Parker. They've got garage control. They're starting to get some information into the bomb site with these bees, feeding them intel onto who is where. But for now, nobody's being caught by it. And again, the stall game continues for the Rebellion.
They'll run right through the fire and the flames. 100 Thieves taking damage in the process, but they've got a target, and Surf manages to outduel them. Remember, it's always faster to swap to your sidearm than it is to reload, and Surf understands that. Taking damage, Rexon goes down. Canadian now searching for kill number 7. He'll get it. It's an ugly one, but he manages to take care of Kasten. Advantage swings back in favor of the Rebellion with a minute to go. Have they gotten Surf out of this position? Are 100 Thieves walking in blind? He's still on the same position in lab. This could be quite the surprise for the Thieves if they don't manage to drone him out.
Without top control, this is so difficult. I don't even know what the win con is. They're stalling out, but like, what do you even do here?
I think a die is usually what happens when you stall out. And again, Canadian has full control of above. A very linear and straightforward execute from 100 Thieves. Without top floor control is usually a death sentence. Hot and Cold thinks that he can get the defuse kit down. Up pops Surf. He's caught them by surprise. Ring around the rosy now as he sees the thermite, but for a second, Canadian, the only casualty amidst that fray. Ambi will join now as Adam is left empty-handed. He's found 3 kills, so he's managed to get on the board, but he has no time remaining, and Surf and Spoit will likely just play keep away, denying Adam those final kills. Defuse kit might as well be on border. 6-0 for Rebellion. Indomitable in the first half, and they're doing it on 100 Thieves map. They are 1 round away from qualifying for EWC Paris.
1 round away, just like that, at the halfway point of this matchup, by the way. It is 6-0. This thing feels like it's over. Everything that could possibly be going well for Shopify Rebellion is going well.
Absolutely, and everything that could possibly be going wrong for the side of 100 Thieves is going wrong. And honestly, what's been propelling SR has been Ambi, but it's also been Troy, respectfully. I mean, him on that class, we already heard Parker. Yeah, I mean, that was funny. We already heard Parker just giving praise to Troy, and rightfully so. He's been very well on that shield. He's been very well being able to coordinate the plays. And again, he's been a big, big piece for their success on that clash, which it begs the question again. You know, we talk about bans with this 100 Thieves. Why not remove the clash? We already highlighted well before into the stage that Canadian, whenever he's on that clash, they have, what, an 80% win rate when that clash is being utilized. I think right now it's at 63, but I'm sure after this game, it's going to skyrocket. But again, Troy, he's turning back the clock.
Yeah, are you not entertained?
I'm entertained.
Watching Canadian right now basically throw it back to 2018 EG. I mean, 7-1, multiple clutches, multiple 3Ks. It's insane to watch. And now I got to switch gears for a second here and talk to 100 Thieves because look, I'm not going to lie. I'm really disappointed in what I'm watching from these guys. We're listening to the comms again, and they're just completely dead, right? They can't even get past step 1. They came into this game, they're hitting them with the same bans. Now what's the problem? Wall denial's up. You got to have an issue to solve wall denial. You bring the right operators? No, they're constantly talking about, we didn't bring nades this round. We didn't bring the right operators. We didn't know this guy was here. It's just excuses after excuses, and it's poor play, and it's everything that we've seen from 100 Thieves. Even that clutch where we want to give Troy flowers, right? We want to give Canadian his flowers in the 3v1, but everyone went 1 by 1 by 1. Where's the problem solving? Like, it's just making me, it's extremely frustrating to watch this team right now because, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we just watch one more round and we're going to be right back on this couch.
I mean, I completely forgot there was even a halftime. I was kind of writing it off. I was like, oh, this is over. We're just going into the DZ for fun game. But even when we talk about the bans, we said this going into the next game while we were talking in the back, maybe you have to get a little unorthodox. Go outside of the regular scope of what you usually do, where I was highlighting when they get to their attacking side or their defending side to then get rid of the info because that's where they were using it so much on the previous map of Fortress. So I want to see them be able to take away the information, which is good. I like the Deimos being removed. Getting rid of the Capitao is great. But again, is it going to be enough? Because what we were just hearing from the comms was the mental just simply wasn't there. Everyone already seemed very mentally chalked out. As you were saying, it was one excuse after another. You have one round to work with. I mean, sure, you can make that comeback. It does only take one round, but that mental game, everything has to be perfect, and we have seen nothing close to perfect.
These are the moments where we look at 100 Thieves and we say, all right, do they seem like a team that's going to rally, that has the energy, that can make this comeback happen? Unless something dramatic has changed in the last 2 minutes and the comms sound completely different.
That better have been a good timeout.
This thing is just about over. Guys?
Well, it's chaos in the city streets as thieves duel with rebels, but only one can spread their control across the Atlantic, and right now, it certainly seems to be the Rebellion. 100 Thieves empty-handed from that first half, Parker. They will need to be perfect through these next 6 rounds to tie the game and force us into an overtime. Then they must win that overtime. Then they must win map 3. The road ahead of them is as long as it was when they started this series 90 minutes ago. The desk said it. Momentum is fully in the hands of the Rebellion. The comms don't seem to be there for 100 Thieves. Nothing is working for the guys in red and black. This has to be a difference maker, and it has to come early, I think, in this 7th round.
Yeah, you've got a lot of runway to land this thing, Jesse, and I mean, it's quite daunting, right? 6 consecutive rounds to get to overtime. Obviously, you don't want to give up momentum at that point in time, and then you need to win border. We have seen these types of comebacks before over the history of this esport. They are so absurdly unlikely. I think the bigger thing is 100 Thieves, from the way they played yesterday and the way they played map number 1, just don't strike me as the type of team that's underperforming and can get back to where they should be. I think 100 Thieves is a very good team that still has a lot of work to do, but is pretty solidly 5th, 6th, 7th place in NA. I think that's where they stand right now. You can make an argument that Shopify Rebellion is in that same orbit, but right now they're definitely playing like a team possessed and are 1 minute and 50 seconds away from a berth in Paris.
I agree 100%, Parker. This is going to be a tall task. Here comes the entry. Ambi will find it. The Blackbeard goes forward. The pistols are out, and it nearly takes down Kaysen. 1 HP left on the rookie for 100 Thieves, and they will have to find a kill back somewhere, but it's not coming. Just struggling with this shield pressure, and now the flash will come up, but it doesn't even matter. Here's a flank. Okay, Kaysen back with 2, and that's man advantage for 100 Thieves.
He manages to rope around and get both Ambi and Surf, the 2 that had chased him off of that position. I don't know if you saw, but Ambi almost hit Surf as well. That's how quick his reaction time was after taking care of Adam before switching to the secondary. So a bit of a blown tire for SR as they look to get back on the road. They'll do that with Spoit taking out the remaining 10 HP that was there for Kaysen. Spirits eliminates Canadian. I didn't hear the Candelas or the smokes go off, so that's some utility lost and a bad death for Shopify Rebellion again. 100 Thieves need to win 6 consecutive rounds, so if this one goes poorly for SR, you've still got time to fix it. Final 45 seconds now as the 2 remaining players of Shopify Rebellion, Rexon and Spoit, will work together, but they have to confront 2 gas canisters held by Spirits, a clash, and of course, all the guns that come with it. Looks like 100 Thieves will finally get their first round, Jesse, as it's all Rexon left for the side of the Rebellion. He knows how tough this one is. Bailiff in hand, Gomez gets the job done. It will not be a perfect 7-0, but SR still sits on match point as 100 Thieves finally picks up their first round.
Well, finally, a breath of life for 100 Thieves, if nothing else. And it's honestly a good defense from them to shut that pressure down. The star of the show has to be the 18-year-old. Kaysen with that flank was so crazy to be able to get that pressure for his teammates. It was a really smart decision to drop the hatch and go for that flank. I don't think it's one that SR had anticipated because they knew where he was at. They knew he was such low HP. And most players, they don't make an aggressive flank like that when they're on such little health. But you've got nothing to lose. Why not make that play? Try to find some guys that aren't looking at you. That's exactly what Kaysen was able to do. You mentioned Canadian's death in the midst of that. He didn't hear those Candelas going through. That's because he had already run out of Candelas. They used all of their utility really in those first 90 seconds to try to get bathroom control. The fact that they didn't even escape that first phase with a man advantage made it really difficult for the Rebellion to come back. So they kind of put all their eggs in one basket, trying to make that Blackbeard push go forward, much like what we saw from 100 Thieves' early pushes with Spirits on the Blitz. But as you say, there's lots of runway here. They will have plenty more opportunities to close this one out, and they can try all sorts of different strategies to make it happen.
The bigger thing for me on the side of Rebellion is something we talked about during Fortress. It's the mental game. There's no doubt in my mind that 100 Thieves have been dragged down by their mental. And I mean, even Houghton doesn't look like he's talking that much. The whole team looks largely like they're sitting in silence. That's not the kind of thing you want when your backs are against the wall. You want to be vocal, you want to be active, you want to be calling. But many teams will tell you that when things start to go bad, everybody shuts up, and it really does hurt the team. Rebellion lost their mental against DZ. It was the thing that Troy said was the single biggest reason as to why they lost the Salt Lake City Major. Rebellion do have a bit of a habit here, Jesse, of making easy games harder than they need to. So that's something that I'm almost certain Hot and Cold and the rest of 100 Thieves are keeping in mind as they stare down this match point that they sit on.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting note, too. We talk about 100 Thieves maybe not communicating as much. Then we spectate Surf for a second. He's got hands off keyboard and is talking to his teammates. Surf, probably the quietest and most soft-spoken guy on this team. So everybody is still communicating on their side of the Rebellion. That's a great sign for fans of this team that want to see them close it out 2-0. The space is being taken. Once again, the secondary bomb site will be this mid-floor site, bunks and briefing. A lot of teams these days favoring the move away from the basement, but we should still see a third. Here comes the call, and this top floor clear is going to be so critical to win this round.
They're harassing Hot and Cold with those logic bombs. Soft destruction and hard destruction still going off. Surf has somehow found himself in a precarious position, finished off by Spirits as Ambi gets on the board. Down goes the Frenchman. Canadian taking a lot of damage from that Nitro Cell. Rexon also on a single point of HP. It's a rough go of it in terms of life, but Rexon with just what little remains gets Gomez, just as Hot and Cold did the same in that first half. You can frag as long as you have a single point of HP and a gun in your hand, you can make your presence known. The advantage now for Rebellion, but there's bruised bodies across the board here, Jesse.
Still two players up top. They do not want to give up the space. They know if they do, it's round over, so they have to fight for every inch. Here's the swing from Ambi. Two massive kills, and it's a 1v4 for Adam. He can't get it done. Ambi with the final shot as well, and Shopify Rebellion are headed to the Esports World Cup.
SR says bonjour to EWC, and they have claimed the third spot in the North America League. Spirits, that's a great reaction because honestly, 100 Thieves fans probably got that same look on their face. An incredibly quick 2-0 SR are going to Paris.
A no contest affair. Shopify Rebellion dismantled the Thieves as they tried to do anything to slow down the momentum that the Rebellion brought to the table, but from the start, the Rebellion had the control. They close it out here on map 2 decisively.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a shutout performance from them. This is exactly what we were talking about. Once they get to those best-of-3 territories, they are a brand new team. They have the plot armor activated. They have everything at their disposal to get it done, and damn, did they make that clean.
Yeah, and that is the only thing that matters. Who cares what their best-of-1 stage looks like? Who cares what the regular season looks like? Yeah, when playoffs come, what do we always say? Canadian is inevitable.
Yes, he is. We saw it again here. Individually performing well, better than we thought. We saw great individual performances from, it felt like, just about everybody from Shopify Rebellion throughout the series. Map 1, it was Rexon. It was Void. Map 2, Ambi, Surf. They were the ones leading the way.
Yeah, again, it's a big effort from each individual stepping up, but that's exactly what you want from a best-of-3. You don't need one-star fragger popping off every single game. You want to collectively see everyone playing to their best performance that they possibly can with what they're given in those moments, and I think this really highlighted and showcased it for the side of SR. Every player in their own respective role, in their own respective moment, popped off, showed up, and displayed a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, that's what I love seeing, and I even want to look at Fortress again. They were playing that map split, which normally the old SR, they're always going to do like their direct takes, or they're always going to like kind of target something and stack on one side, but they were playing split off the information, using the meta extremely well, the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, right? So that's what I want to see for them going into the Esports World Cup, is showing that style, because that was the SR.
That was the SLC.
That was the SLC SR.
Yeah,
and they have the talent to make it work.
Well, the man at the helm of this SR team, we have standing by ready for an interview after that victory. Canadian Troy, congratulations on this one. You guys make the Esports World Cup. These guys were saying it. You are inevitable. You go to every single international event. You go to this one again. We'll see you in Paris in just a few weeks. I mean, you had a great individual performance on this last map as well. What are you feeling right now? Is you got some of the blood flowing again? We saw the old Troy back in the lobby.
Rookie of the year.
Well, I mean, sure, but I think that part of it's irrelevant. It felt no different. I just think I had opportunities. I think that's really it. The team was playing good. I think when the team's playing good and I get opportunities, that like stuff like that can always happen. If we're working well together, have good comms, all that, then I see the game a lot more clearly and can make better decisions. When we're a disaster, then God knows. So.
Well, Troy, congratulations. You're far too humble. Take the spotlight. It was a wonderful performance from you. I want to talk about round 2. I want you to kind of run me through that big 1v3 clutch. However, I also want to show you the beginning of the round because Ambi set you up for success in that late round. Take a look at that.
That guy was like, what the?
I mean, I think we need to play it back for you really quick.
He told me they were all 1 HP. I couldn't see. It's like very like, I'm going to be honest, it's blurry. Wow.
It's a lot of shots.
He is out there. He is out there. Yeah, I don't know. We had like decent info on where they were at. There's also like a bit of a different setup on this site. Normally, you know, the whole floor is shredded. So it was pretty viable to actually play on the site here. There was a vert on me. And we just like, we knew they could only drop or come through the security side. I think the first guy I killed was the only one that was full HP, and the other ones we knew were 1 HP. So at that point, it was just like, I got that first one, and then it was kind of free because like I knew they weren't in the site. I think I heard the other guy going green, so then I rotated, killed the other guy with the bomb. Honestly, it was a rough situation for them, I think.
It was still clean, and you took it and made it look clean. Just really quick, are you kind of surprised that they don't ban Clash against you guys, given your success rate is so high when the Clash is available?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's like a pick your poison kind of thing.
Yeah, sure.
And I think that's like kind of an advantage that we have over some other teams is that, you know, it's another op that we can abuse and like you potentially have to worry about. Because yeah, like there's a lot of maps, right, where you do like the standard wall denial bans or Mira, or they do like Tachanka and Azami. I know they used to do Tachanka Clash actually on that. But yeah, I think it's just kind of pick your poison thing of like what you kind of want to deal with. They apparently really don't like Tachanka on that map, which I mean is valid. Like it can be really strong on that map. So yeah, it's just kind of pick your poison. Also, I was only supposed to play Clash once. The other time, I literally
so you're having fun.
Well, they banned the smoke, and I think our pregame talk wasn't like the perfect one for that setup. So then we kind of scrambled, and it actually worked out because they planted in a shit spot for the Clash. So then we just diffused.
Well, Troy, I knew we were going to be talking to you. Of course, you are inevitable, as we already said. After SLC, though, you did mention that you thought a lot of your struggles as a team came down to mentals. Is that something you guys have been working on kind of going into the stage, going into playoffs? Because we could hear your guys' comms, and I honestly thought today you guys were having more fun than I feel like I've ever seen you guys. Spoit was up, jumping around the room. Like, it was crazy.
The thing is like if you're playing good, you're gonna have fun. Like I mean, I think 100 Thieves previously have been a team that's like, oh, we're goofy, we're funny, we just always have fun. But then, you know, you start losing, it gets quiet. At the end of the day, it gets quiet. Or you make a really bad joke like, well, at least it's not 7-1 right now, or like
they made a couple of those
right, and then it's just like no one's happy about that. Like, sure, you're gonna laugh, but it's not gonna be a sincere laugh, right? Yeah. So like at the end of the day, like everyone, you want to play good, you want to win, but like I think if you feel that you're playing good, you're gonna have fun. You know, like if we're working together, if we're having good ideas, if we're talking back and forth, having good teamwork, all that, you're gonna have more fun. But if you're just going through the motions and, you know, the other team's just slamming you and you're not coming up with solutions and it feels like you're not even trying, it's not going to be fun no matter what. So I think it kind of comes from that. It is something that we focused on and like talked about, but I think the biggest thing that we've put an emphasis on is like just having a good attitude and not getting frustrated by mistakes and like just making sure that we're honing in on our fundamentals of teamwork and how we want to play the game, because I think there's been the opposite of that where sometimes like we'll make, you know, just a mistake in a round, but we had the right idea And really all it has to be is like, okay, we just double down on the fundamentals, like we sync a bit better there, you know, we go with the right target, and, you know, and then that round goes fine. And then now all of a sudden we're not like scrambling and trying to problem solve some problem that doesn't even exist. So.
All right, Troy, congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time. As always, we'll see you in Paris in a few weeks, and we'll see you next week as you guys hunt for the NAL title.
Thank you very much. See you guys around.
I'll see you later. That was a fantastic performance from Shopify Rebellion as a whole. It's Ambi, your match MVP, but everyone performing well on the Shopify Rebellion side. And on the other hand, you know, you got to talk about 100 Thieves a little bit. They just did not show up, and we did not see the best of 100 Thieves in the best of threes at all.
We certainly didn't. And to more focus on the 100 Thieves side of things, one big thing for me that I was talking to you about was when's the last time Gomez, Adams, Spirits played in a best of three in comparison to the players on Shopify Rebellion? I mean, it's been quite some time. Even during kickoff, they weren't able to play those best of threes. It was immediately best of ones. Sure, they did improve in the best of one aspect, but best of threes are definitely a beast, and especially when you don't have those reps where SR went to SLC, got as many reps as possible. Definitely comes back to bite you.
You know, you want to know the last time they played in best of three?
What?
Yesterday.
Oh.
And they lost. So, yeah, they obviously didn't do any learning.
I should have just knew what that was going to be.
Well, 100 Thieves, they were not able to defy the expectations. Hopefully, we'll see them bounce back in Stage 2 in a few months when we eventually get there. But for now, our focus shifts to For Fun Esports and Dark Zero, another underdog story coming your way. We'll get to that and see if we can see any surprises coming up next.
What do JJ Blast, Packer, and Diffuser all have in common? They're all Tier 2 champions who were turned into NAL superstars, and in 2026, the NA Tier 2 scene is bigger than it's ever been before. Welcome to Spawn Points. This year, we've debuted the NA Open Cup, which is a series of tournaments across the continent where you can sign up and play on LAN as part of your journey to becoming a pro player. The first of these LANs just wrapped up in Philly, where Hikikimori qualified for the finals in Salt Lake City, but there's still 5 more LANs that you can sign up for happening throughout the summer and the fall. Canada will host the next Open Cup in Windsor, Ontario on July 17th. And then the USA will host 3 more LANs, with St. Louis, Missouri hosting in August, Palmetto Bay, Florida in September, and Salt Lake City, Utah hosting the finals in October. And if you thought we forgot about Mexico, then you're sorely mistaken, because I'm thrilled to tell you that Mexico City will also be hosting an NA Open Cup LAN on July 31st. Signups are open today, so make sure you go and register if you're able to attend. The winners of all 6 LANs and the winner of Element 2026 will then meet in Salt Lake City for the NA Open Cup Finals, and the champion of that will earn an advanced spot in the Challenger Finals to fight for promotion to the 2027 NAL season, plus a spot in the SILCQ. And let's talk about Element 2026 for a second, because the best amateur teams in NA have already been battling it out for weeks, and BO3s are about to begin. Play-ins start on July 21st and continue into playoffs with a champion crowned on July 26th, so make sure you tune in to see the stars of tomorrow fighting for their spots today. It has never been easier to play competitive Siege. Go get your friends and sign up for an NA Open Cup LAN near you. Watch Element 2026 and the NAL to learn the best strats and tactics. And if you can rise above the rest, if you can prove that you are worthy of being a professional player, then the NAL awaits you. You've just got to come and earn it.
It's the major champs against one of the newest teams in the NAL for a spot in EWC. A story so insane, we could not have made this up coming in. Who knew we would be here? It's the story of David versus Goliath. The tale as old as time, the team that everyone wants to beat versus the team that faces the challenge of their life.
Yeah, and it's going to be DZ. Obviously, they are the SLC major champions. And for fun, I mean, this is their second stage now where they're able to make it to the playoffs. But the fact of the matter is that is not good enough. Eventually, what?
No, I was going to say, I think you should just end it right there. It's DZ, the SLC champions, and then there's for fun.
And that's it.
And that's basically it. But at the end of the day, making playoffs is not good enough. We know that. You are going to have to make it over a juggernaut. And it's not just a juggernaut. Look at the head-to-head right here. DZ are leading in every single statistical category that there is. And we were pulling it up. And guys, we didn't cherry pick, I promise. This is not the only stats.
We were trying to actually find something where For Fun was leading in. Unfortunately, they weren't.
And there was one kind of there where conversion rate was pretty close, 74% to 76%. But again, DZ are that machine. They're the team that has been there before. They're planning to make every single event. And for fun, again, you got to be able to get over a juggernaut. You can't just keep making playoffs. And what is that going to come down to? For me, it's going to come down to the leadership voices on the team, right? Packer and Bino. But we don't want Packer to just kind of go on a little bit of a tirade and just start making everyone have to wake up, right? It's going to be on the entire team to come into this game hot. Everyone ready to play. Everyone having their voices elevated on this team.
Well, the thing for DZ, and maybe the only thing that For Fun can kind of try to capture, is they did lose their game yesterday against Wildcard. A blueprint, potentially, for how For Fun could do this. Now, we don't usually get a chance to speak to losers after their game, but Dark Zero, they did this for us. They posted an interview with Kino's thoughts on what happened yesterday in that loss.
Yeah, it was a hard series against Wildcard. I did expect it to be a hard series because, I mean, that's what happens every time we play against them. It's a good matchup. Playstyles fit. So yeah, every time it's a barn burner, we were expecting it, we were ready for it, and they came out on top. I think the particular issue on labs, I would say on our attacks, we were a bit lackluster. Comms were getting too hectic, and we were missing some important details that could, cost a round or two. If that game is we get like what 3-4 attacks, that completely different game. Never know what happens. I do think this loss teaches a bunch. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I feel like losing is one of the biggest parts of winning and learning. And going forward, I mean, this loss will only help us. We really don't care if we're in the lower bracket, what game we're playing, and who we're playing against. We're just going to show up and we're going to play our game and we're going to do our best. Big shout out to the DZ fans, family, girlfriend, friends, everybody who's watching. I wouldn't be here without their support, their love. And make sure you get that DZ skin that just came out.
I always love hearing from Kino, but at the same time, I think it's very important to know that losing is always going to be a part of winning and learning, because if you're winning all the time, you're not learning too much. There's not anything you're going to take from those wins. You're just going to, we played a good game. And realistically, every time DZ does come to a loss, they never lose twice. They then always continue on to beat their opponents going forward. So when you're looking at the history, and history sure repeats here, when they come to that one loss, immediately falls into W's coming across the board, and it's going to be no exception coming in today from the side of DZ. They get their loss against Wildcard. They knew it was a close series, and I think he said it best as well. 1 round, 2 rounds go into their favor. They're the victors going into that series. In today's matchup, it is going to be a hurdle, and I mean a hurdle for Fun.
So not only, Lax, is this David versus Goliath, and we highlighted the head-to-head where For Fun is behind in every category, but they have to do something that has never been done before. Is that what you're telling me?
They have to make them lose 2 times in a row.
Hasn't
no
happened
one's
this
been able
year.
to do
That's crazy. I didn't realize, like, that's the entire year's worth of matches.
Thank you for finding that too, because yeah, that was insane. I said something small about it, and he dug deep and found just a plethora of wins versus like 3 losses.
Yeah, it's an insane stat.
Well, DZ, they did have their struggles in that game against Wildcard yesterday. I mean, otherwise they would have come out victorious. We have another inside look into the comms of Dark Zero when those struggles were happening.
I'm gonna drone once. You're just fine. This guy for me long.
There's a Nitro 4 call, okay? Nitro 4 call.
Heard.
Mute. Locking up, Nish. Yeah, Nitroing. He's Nitroing me. Bad Nitro. I'm good.
Where fire?
I'm calling him. I flamed him. Nish. Nitro me again. Bad Nitro. Still rough on me. On my body, boys. On my body, boys.
I can't help. I cannot help. Power me.
I'm hopping in.
Got me, bro. On your body.
Still here. It's still middle after. Middle after still.
Coming after door.
Bottom garage.
I killed him.
For dead. Low garage on him.
One more top. One more
Low
top.
garage, 1 HP.
Low
Low garage, 1 HP.
Bugs here to power top.
I'm injured to the smoke. Lower garage.
I'm coming towards with you.
It's Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Harry Potter.
Bottom garage.
Man, I love that little desk slam there at the end from NJR. That is a classic going back to coaching him on DZ. A little bit of frustration there, but I actually struggled to see what Kino kind of meant. I went back in a lot of those rounds, and again, in that interview, he's talking about some of comm issues. Well, if that is what we're considering a comm issue, I don't know. I mean, they just kind of struggled to clear the Rafters player. The Rafters player kind of smoked the guy off the Rafters door and hit a great shot, which is the Weapon 94. What can you do against that? But I really wanted to show that round because that's what Guz was asking for yesterday.
I mean, that was their issue, and those comms really weren't that bad. It was just Kino in a Hell in a Cell. Everyone tried to assist. It was just Wildcard was one step ahead, and they closed it out. That's really what that game came down to. It was a game of inches, realistically.
Yes.
So that's why we're painting this picture for fun that this really is going to be a big juggernaut of a team to try to get over.
Well, Dark Zero in that series yesterday, they showcased one of their best maps in the entire pool. They showcased Chalet. Today, for fun, not going to allow that to happen. The very first ban right off the bat. It means we're going to end up on Lair, Cafe, and potentially Labs if For Fun can pull off a map 1 win. It's really going to come down to that, though. Their performance on Lair lacks. Do you like this pick for fun?
So I like it in a sense of this is probably one of their better maps. However, Dark Zero's 4-0 on it. You're not going to find comfort on any map going against a juggernaut like Dark Zero. However, the sample size for them on this map, they only have 2 wins, and that's over SR. So they're thinking to themselves, okay, well, we beat SR twice. We had a very convincing win the last time. This isn't the same team. That's also not the same SR that you played in a best-of-1 night. And again, they did play against each other in the group stage. It was a 7-5, but that was also the very first play day. DZ has had so much time to improve, and now we're in a best-of-3 series. They came off of a loss. I'm not liking the map.
Yeah, it's a scary map pick because I'm even thinking back to kickoff where this was their best map, and the filter stairs became known as Kino stairs as he made play after play on those against SSG. Sorry, Dream. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard because like there's no good map to pick into against DZ. You look at even Cafe, which is the next map pick. Really, that's a map where DZ actually has been struggling, where they got 7-0'd previously by M80, and they also lost to Wildcard 7-5. So look, I want to say maybe there's a little bit of hope if we see For Fun kind of countering just like they did against SR. Maybe we see Volsper getting super aggressive on the Azami if DZ leaves it up.
I was about to say, if they leave it up. However, I think if there is something to really hold on to outside of obviously the entire team showing up, playing systematically, fundamentally well, it's that conversion rate. If they can get those opening kills swinging into their favor, and we saw how close they were, it was by like 2%. They get those opening kills, and they're able to convert those into rounds 1. That could swing into the side of For Fun.
And we did notice that yesterday. Dark Zero actually struggled on the opening kill department, right, versus Wildcard, and they were still able to win that match. Well, For Fun, you're going to have to do a little bit better than that. You're going to have to capitalize on every single one of these and not give DZ the lead.
Well, we saw it there a moment ago for Fun. They're sporting the jerseys. They're all smiles right now. Can they keep that attitude up as they enter the gauntlet against Dark Zero? We're going to go over to Lynx and XR Troika to find out.
And to find out and see if really David can be Goliath in anything but the stories. For Fun have had a promising stage, certainly a promising stage to get to this point, but to beat the Salt Lake City champions, I feel like we always get these matchups and you and I always think a little partial to the favorites coming in, but every time you do just have to look at this matchup and wonder, surely Dark Zero's luck doesn't run out today.
I think, I don't even know if it comes down to luck for DZ. Like, they looked pretty good yesterday against Wildcard. It was a great series. They've got a little bit of a tumultuous history with Wildcard as well of DZ. They've got less of a history with For Fun. For Fun being one of the newer teams inside the NAL and doing a fantastic job to qualify for playoffs in that 6th place spot. Only 1 spot behind Shopify Rebellion, mind you, who of course we've just watched beat 100 Thieves and advance through this lower bracket. The lower bracket is shaping up to be an absolute doozy. I know there was a lot of focus on the upper bracket for NAL, as there should be. You know, it's a fantastic position to be in inside of that upper bracket, but with SR qualifying automatically into it, DZ losing their game yesterday against Wildcard, we now get games like this to feast our eyes on. And For Fun have got a chance here. They've got a best of 3 professional Siege playing teams chance, but That's as far as I would stretch that chance. DZ have an incredible map pool, and For Fun have clearly found some difficulty in the veto getting somewhere that they are comfortable, given that they're going to Lair as an opening pick map here for DZ, and then for themselves, and then DZ themselves picking a cafe, again a map that we don't have a lot of record or a lot of success for Fun on. I think it is going to be a very difficult series. That doubled in with the fact that this is the reigning major champions. Like, they ain't missing EWC, right? Surely not.
And especially with such a really close game and a really great game against Wildcard yesterday, while they came up short, it wasn't maps where, you know, the maps they lost were all 15 or all 12 rounds, extremely close affairs. Those are going to happen. But to return back to For Fun, while the veto overall might be problematic, For Fun certainly have good showings on Lair. That SR game just a couple weeks ago with really great individual performances, but also just some of the best actual team play we've seen from For Fun this whole stage. Going up 6-0 and then closing out the game 7-3 against SR. Now, of course, it's just one best of one, but they've been able to bring the fight against big teams before. On this map, they've been able to do it in this very stage. The question whether or not they can do it today is a separate one, but considering that, For Fun might have at least a better chance here on their pick than we might otherwise think. Dark Zero starting out on the defense. Ban phase has gone through. We're unfortunately denied an interesting defensive ban, so it will just be the normal hard breach denial duo we see taken off in a lot of these games. For Fun, on the flip side, Ollie, focusing heavily on the intel game to start.
Yeah, they're going to be bringing that Dokkaebi and, of course, that Blitz. Monty is usually preferred on this top floor clear, but Blitz can do a very good job. They are going to have a bit of a task, though. NJR has clearly cooked. Well, him and Jane, I know, I guess, because, well, and Fultz, because they're all involved in one way or another. There's a mirror window on the ops wall. There is a Kiva barricade next to that mirror window. The mirror window's on a soft wall, by the way, and then NJR is going to be playing that in a fairly aggressive position. I mean, it's genius, because the mirror on the soft wall is so much of a vulnerability. However, when you throw into the fact, oh, we'll just put a Kiva there so you can't immediately get banged, you should be able to hold there for some time. Kino tasked with holding the backside of things, and For Fun seemingly scratching their head a little bit at the moment as Mike W gets into his last Rotero drone. A great tool to deal with this utility, but it looks like it's being committed elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a difficult tactical quandary for Fun. If they want to push into ops, they'll have to deal with all of that utility. But by the flip side, if they decide to rotate bridge, I think Dark Zero are clearly ready and expecting that. So the attack hits the rotate, Blitz pushing in, and Packer starts off with 2 big kills pushing the front side. 3, in fact, switching to the Bailiff. Bino finding a clean way in. Begins to put this diffuser down. They've carved their way effectively through the site. And while Newers gets 1 kill, the broader For Fun assault is generally successful. Newers looking to retake behind or in front of his own mirror window. One player prone around the corner, ready, pre-aiming that. Landing in a 2v2 with Jane, I know. Stuck by the Dokkaebi call, gonna lose quite a bit of his HP. Drop a little bit of fire near the diffuser as well. One attacker, I believe, just coming in from the backside. Silo over by the single window, gets the final 2 kills. And I was worried that maybe Dark Zero would have forced For Fun into a difficult position, push a place that the defense was expecting. And even if they were, that promise mitigated when you just kill them all.
Well, just kill them all and just kind of ignore it, right? Like, oh, NJL's got a nice setup inside of ops. Anyway, we're just going to push Skybridge side. We're going to take control of Green Stairs. We're going to deal with Kino, and we're just going to start to flood through that breach because they've left it soft for a rotate. Great gap spotting there from the side of For Fun, and obviously Packer leading the charge in a lot of ways with a load of kills there to really open things up. A good round for For Fun. Rounds don't always come easy to the defenders. Fultz. We've got friendly fire disabled nowadays, brother. How have you ended up on 20 HP? I can only imagine it was one of the flame ingredients. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
I mean, that's one way to give an advantage for Fun, I guess. They'll take it.
Hey, anything to put down the barbed wire. At the end of the day, as long as you get the barbed wire, it doesn't really matter what happens.
Jokes aside, it is like it will have been intentional to get rid of that ingredient. I'm sure he was trying to like melee it and just run out of the way or whatever. However, getting rid of those ingredients is really important because if you don't get rid of them, it will just destroy the utility that's placed in it. So that barbed wire, if it's still there and there's an ingredient there, just shoot the ingredient. It's obviously shootable. The barbed wire isn't. You have to get up and melee it or use a piece of utility for it. It'll just destroy the barbed. So it is advantageous on occasion as a defender to destroy some of those ingredients and just enable you to play some utility that you deem a little bit more effective in that spot. And I think it's widely considered that barbed wire is going to be better in a lot of applications rather than those fire ingredients, but not the desired outcome. Still, it won't have too much of an impact on the round, I daren't say, as it is going to require some sort of a clear from the looks of things. Now, a clear has kind of fallen out of fashion a little bit attacking this bomb site, but looking at the positions of some of these attackers, it looked like they could be going for that top floor.
Yeah, it just depends on what the team is going for. I mean, often committing to this full clear kind of get you caught in a tangle of gunfights on the top floor in which the round either is won or lost taking fights against these defenders. Dokkaebi calls going out quite early. Janino suffering some damage, likely from one. News will take the time to disable his phone, retain the ability to get on cameras, not lose 30 HP as well. There is going to be a clear, usually starts on the op side. So for fun, hitting the normal position for this style of attack. We did see Packer lurking down below earlier. Foltz with a clue towards that position. Of course, the damage done early, especially now that he's spotted on the drone. This is going to make his position, whether it's anti-flank or holding top rocket, a lot weaker. NGR finished off by Mike W outside of the bathroom window. Foltz being one of the main defenders remaining in this position is just going to be an even bigger problem for DZ in light of the absence of both the Solus and the Azami. For Fun's shots landing quite well into the bodies of Dark Zero defenders on layer so far through these 2 rounds. And now, on a first floor defense extended up to the top floor, it's rare that we see the attack in such a firm advantage. Taking time to reset, Razor Bloom triggered will likely stave off the attack for just a little longer. With Mike W and Candela's around the corner, taking more time to clear. Finally, we'll see some of that utility expended onto the rest of this defense as the shield seems to hop, not actually into the building, but out. As For Fun Esports instead, Ollie, decided to wait a little bit longer.
Well, they've got the time to do so, haven't they? They've still got 35 seconds, but with a kill coming quickly back onto Silo, Packer will trade out onto Kino. So Nose and Foltz have got a heck of a lot of holding on to do right now. Packer downed in the process as well. So while time for a moment might have been on their side, Packer just looking to try and information gather right now and give a bit of info as to where Foltz could be. It's going to be a hot drop coming in onto the side. Oh, that's not the side that you want to see. Wolfsper grabbing 2. Newers just has to hold on, finds the first. Packer's already down, don't forget. Wolfsper has to push for the kill here. With only 2 seconds, it's incredibly unlikely. It will come down to a plant, but all Newers has to do is move on through. Packer actually up in the melee. For Fun gonna take the round. I didn't realize that he'd been revived there.
No, I didn't either, but you can see Packer, I think, understanding how close that round came. When you're in late time like that, a res is a few key seconds that you don't always know if you can spend. I mean, going for that point was already quite low, about 2 to 1 seconds remaining when Wolfsper started putting that diffuser on the floor. Rezzing him or not rezzing him, either way could be the difference maker in that round, and only hindsight will kind of indicate what was the better option. In that case, taking those seconds of critical importance. Packer might go down, but takes down Newers as he enters the grave, and with 1 player left standing on the attack, that gives the second round on layer to For Fun. DZ, after losing 2 rounds in a row, will take their tactical timeout. It's early days on layer, early days on the defensive side of layers as well. So it's not all doom and gloom just yet, but Dark Zero clearly not wanting to get off onto a cold start.
No, I'm going to try and put a couple of these problems to bed early days. I can imagine, Kino obviously made a little bit of a nod to it in the sort of loser interview that was posted last night. Comms being a bit of an issue. Now, something that's easy to sort out in the first couple of rounds and to identify if it is going to be a problem or if it is still a problem is, of course, communication. We've not played every bomb site yet, but that doesn't matter if the comms aren't flowing and people aren't being given the help that they need when they need it. So something that we hear a lot of these teams talking about nowadays is just a togetherness in play, and it was something that, in fact, Packer himself, went on a bit of a sort of tirade about a couple of play days ago. There was a very famous tactical timeout that was sort of aired on the broadcast from Packer, just saying, guys, we just need to play together. It doesn't really matter what operators we play. It doesn't really matter how we play them. We just need to make sure that our focus is that we are playing together. So it's always a big focus. and it seems like DZ are just not having that full togetherness just yet. I think, you know, round 1, very narrow margin. They kind of got caught out a little bit. Round 2, it seemed a little bit more clear-cut what the play was going to be from 4Fun, and them not being able to deal with it is obviously a little bit of a problem. Back to the top floor we go, though, for round number 3. I don't think that 4Fun will get away with that same style of push yet again, and well, they aren't really bringing the same tools for it. Gone is the Blitz, and on comes the Blackbeard for Bino.
So retaining the shield, we're bringing a different kind. Dark Zero as well, bringing quite similar operators, but importantly dropping the Mira from the setup, so it won't have that same position held over by Ops. 4Fun did try to play this pretty quickly last time. They might be going for a different shield play. Packer with the shotgun. Whenever he moves up rocket stairs, will likely attempt to be quick and decisive. Normally, a shotgun always holds this position, or typically holds this position.
Drone active.
We saw on SAL a few days ago the difficulty of trying to push up, say, playing Deimos with the revolver, the AR with the shotgun around the corner. And so, Packer looking to try to gain some kind of advantage in that fight, but with no clear, or at least no real solid presence over towards Ops like they were last time. Dark Zero more spread out, and 4Fun not able to find a gap like they could before.
Right, W, just seeing if you can find a little bit of a gap there. I often talk about him as a really good space finder on this team. But there wasn't much space to be found up there at the top of those green stairs looking in on side. Shotgun at close range. No, it's going to be the SMG as Fultz feeling himself, happy to take that engagement against Mike W. Can switch over to the shotgun and point his attention toward that sky bridge. A very important opening pick here for DZ.
Sell them out!
Extremely important pick, and now as the utility clear starts manifesting for Dark Zero, a lot of the resources that we saw present in round 1 but didn't see full use of will now come to bear. Smokes on Rocket, Chumika's inside of sight. Oh my lord, Bino just trying to double swing on Rocket, ends up succumbing to the toxic canister. ADS going down shooting. Kino now can hold both the bottom of the staircase and the windows inside a bathroom. Wolfsburg, who was looking for some kind of initiative inside, or outside of the single window, excuse me, ends up losing most of his HP. Can't quite find the one tap onto Newers, despite seeing the right side, or left side of his head. Kino now on for 3, as Wolfsburg was already 1 foot in the grave. It's SMG-11s and SA Ops City on round 3, as the reattempt to the top floor goes the way of Dark Zero.
That's exactly the round that DZ needed after the timeout, isn't it? A flawless to come straight out there. Loads of confidence in the gunfights they were taking. And it quite literally felt like they had just shut up shop. They were like, top floor, you had loads of control last time. Not today. We are closing you down at every single point of entry. Rocket stairs, bam, sorted. Fultz on the backside, boom, 2 kills on the round. Everyone held their ground and held it well, and it was all supported really nicely. Kino, like an anti-aircraft gun just in the middle, spinning round as he's needed to throw toxic babes here or there, whether he's supporting Fultz on one side or whether he's supporting the players playing on the rocket stairs. Really good stuff there from Dark Zero, just what they needed after quite a shaky start, really, in this fixture. Bino's had a bit of a nightmare there, and he blessed him. Yeah, he's had a bit of a nightmare.
Mike, I like the idea, but they're bringing so much util, we either have to all be bought into the idea of splitting.
Not sure if that was an alternative idea brought up after the round by Mike W. Brought up during one. Seems to be differing visions for 4Fun in round 3. Could be the reason we saw quite a long time before they committed. Though I will say, I say quite a long time until they committed. 4Fun have generally been on the quicker side, I'd say, Ollie. Even if we consider that round a stall, they still tried to commit to something with a minute to go, and clearly recognizing that just waiting till 20 seconds will only give DZ full time to prepare, that they would succumb to all of that util. You can clearly see that 4Fun are, I think, making the right decision to err on the side of quicker rather than waiting for no reason. And that's at least good for a team that is, again, such an underdog going into this matchup, that they're favoring decisive play over wringing their hands.
Yeah, I don't think that 4Fun have really got too much of a problem with time on the attack, which is a great thing to be able to say about a team in this position, right? We never really look at them and are sort of itching for them to start getting into the building. They're very good at finding those gaps, and they've got some really good gap finders, you know. Look at this. Packer, this time going to be on Buck, making his way through this top floor. Fultz will grab the opening pick. Packer, not aware that there is going to be Kino playing upstairs inside a server. Pretty sure Kino's heard him there. You could sort of hear it. You could sort of see it in his face, kind of comment that he's walking down rocket stairs. And already we've got players looking in position. J9O, I think it is, just prowling ready.
Yeah, I think might have been an assumption favoring the quick entry over full droning. Yeah,
the
you can
timing.
see. Unfortunate timing for Packer. Looks up at the default. Jano gets the kill. Kino was standing on top of a mute jammer on the top floor, so I genuinely imagine For Fun were like, okay, we're going to move quickly through the top floor. We've droned most of it, and for once, unfortunately, Defender was in a perfect position to take advantage of that. Wolfsburg going down early as well. Fultz getting that kill within the first 30 seconds of the round. For Fun now in a position where they don't even really have the resources to mount a quick attack like they could last time. The opening kill came well past the halfway point of the round, and this time, I mean, they're doing a 3v5, and we're still with a minute 39 to go.
It does sometimes feel like if the gap finding doesn't work, they are left a little bit high and dry. Because we've still kind of got Silo just starting to move through now. Again, similar areas that were being occupied earlier by Packer, but the defenders that were responsible for sending Packers to the camera, they are gone to the wind. They are downstairs. No need to play aggressive. There is still Kino on the top floor. He's barely moved all around, by the way. And I'm sure that he will have a very fanciful flank in mind at some point. And the further entrenched that we see For Fun get into this vertical game and pushing in down filtration, the more powerful a position Kino will hold.
Breaching! Using Harvey's charges on the Burt, never a good sign, but forced to do so. Now the Packer's gone down. Also getting a kill upstairs. That's two players this flank has gotten kills for, either directly with that gun or the information sent to J90. Able to hear Packer moving down Rocket. Bino now more focused on flank watch, preserving his own individual life. The team's success in all likelihood is not gonna happen. Still got 2 Dokkaebi calls, still have some important utility for the Capitao. Off the back of that realm, the information gathered early, Dark Zero have just done nothing to squander this lead throughout the mid-round, and it was always going to be difficult to clutch a 3v5, and a 2v5 is, well, it'll maybe a little bit easier as Kino swings around the corner, but Dark Zero have the man advantage to trade down. Seems like things will be all tied up by round 4.
Yeah, I think anything that Kino got beyond the first couple of kills, the assist on the first and then the finish on the second, was always going to be a bonus. Look at the positions being occupied right now. DZ are giving absolutely nothing. Bino's on 1 HP and nobody is swinging him. They are guaranteeing themselves these rounds.
And really just seems like quite a simple pocket play from DZ to get the job done, and it's one of those things where you can't always predict how the attack's going to play. If we see a bit more thorough droning from For Fun, maybe Kino doesn't get spotted. Maybe they recognize the presence of mute jammers upstairs, they give it a little bit more credit, and then Kino has to fall back. We see a completely different round. And that's just the nature of the defense switching things up, right? For Fun had gotten used to a certain pace. They'd gotten used to assuming certain things, and especially this being a new site, they didn't quite know what to expect from Dark Zero. And coming out of the tactical timeout feeling a bit fresher, Dark Zero were ready to take advantage from that. And you can obviously say, oh, maybe For Fun should have drawn better. Maybe they should have been more thorough. Maybe they should have. I think more importantly, that was Dark Zero really trying to switch things up. They create a bit of a different pace and a bit of a different defense that For Fun didn't expect. And now going forward, I imagine the droning be more thorough. Sometimes you have to make mistakes to learn from them, and Dark Zero are in a good position to force For Fun into that spot. And now, going back to Buck's briefing, we'll look to accomplish a flawless site rotation.
5 seconds remaining.
2 rounds on the bounce after the timeout then. For Fun, of course, still have theirs in pocket.
Attackers are heading
I wouldn't have been too surprised if they used it at the start of round 5, to be honest. It could have been a good point in this game to get it out of the way and see if they can stabilize and try and embody some of the playstyle they were bringing in rounds 1 and 2, but it very much is that DZ aren't leaving those big gaping holes open anymore. Recognizing that For Fun are a great team at finding a gap and being able to walk in and move quite quickly off the back of that. They will be reattempting this mid-floor site. And we did see a top clear last time, but this lineup doesn't speak to top clear. No shield being brought by Bino, which is unusual in itself, given he loves to play either the Blackbeard or the Blitz. With the Capitao and, of course, the Scent, it's got to be expecting something a little bit more direct. We were trying to get in, take a little bit of control on this first floor. If you can control the bottom of green stairs, that can always be a really big swing. Just dealing with a bit of utility around this yellow side at the moment. But even getting the wall open is going to be somewhat problematic. You'll be able to do it with Bino, but it will only be a couple of lines of sight if that site wall does get opened.
I hate to have to try to take down Newers inside of that site as well. Plenty of ADSs, deployable shield. Highest rated player for Dark Zero inside of the NAL this stage, and really great series. in some of the wild card matches yesterday on console as well. A lot of multi-kills from Newers. Kind of expect that from him over the past few years. You can see Packer has been really trying to find these gaps and take advantage of these little oversights from Dark Zero, looking to do it again. Could maybe go prone at the door and try and get a line onto Newers. Finding a shot on the Wolfsburg. Barricade opened up. He spots him for just a second, but hopping right behind the desk. I mean, Newers just hops up, beams another through the wall. Very rare we see a Bunks briefing defense end with the site player getting all the kills. But if anybody can do it, it's Newers. 9-2. He's already proven that throughout this series. 6-2 before that triple kill. Kino looking to get one. Calling somebody maybe to shoot those track stingers, get him a line around the corner, sprints through, but losing a bit of that momentum, a bit of that ability by walking through the tracks. Unfortunately, can't land the shots with the shotgun. Vino moving around the corner, but it's secondaries to get the job done. Huge on-site play from Newers. Big reason Dark Zero accomplished a flawless rotation.
I think if you looked at the lineup and you were able to, beforehand as a defender, decide, like, figure out what exactly 4Fun were going to do there, I don't think that you would set up your utility any different to the way that Dark Zero just set it up. They had a deployable shield in the perfect spot. They had ADS catchers in the perfect spot. Newers was playing in the perfect spot. Everything went perfectly for them. And 4Fun just walked seemingly right into the trap that DZ had laid right there. Packer got really unlucky. Now, players don't always play on the same resolution or aspect ratio, should I say, that we watch the stream on. So sometimes the scope will block things, and I think that was probably one of those occasions there for Packer. Although it did look quite central, so I'm unsure why he wasn't able to see him, but he did only flash over the screen for a very brief second. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there from Packer, kind of going a little bit blind. He was clearly trying to work off the back of information, but at that same time, you could hear the ADS is working to catch those capital balls. So there's a little bit of a desync there. The ADS is either not being known about or just, you know, hoping that they weren't there. I don't really understand from 4Fun. Well, Packer, if he'd got a kill there, it would have saved a lot of heartache there for 4Fun, really, because Newers is then going to go on to get 3 from that position. It really is just going to damage the attack beyond repair. DZ now looking to extend a little bit of a lead here, and 4-2 half really wouldn't be beyond the pale right now.
No, it wouldn't, especially with how these rounds have ended. A flawless in round 3 and only dropping 1 body in rounds 4 and 5. Given the trend Dark Zero of late after the tactical timeout, it's been nothing but excellent so far on this defensive half. First 2 rounds sliding further and further into memory. Only that for 4Fun right now, as Packer got a 3K in the first round, and I think his other 2 kills came in the following. He's had no kills since then. Highest rated player so far for 4Fun.
Since the timeout, 4Fun have had 2 kills.
True. Mathematically, I don't know why I didn't put that together, but...
I mean, it's devastating. Like, it really is. Dark Zero they've just shut up. Now, it's going to be more difficult this time, given that we've got a bit of a Blitz Dokkaebi combination, and Bino starting to charge down on this top rocket position.
And it'll push J9O back, but, I mean, Dokkaebi call, Blitz sprinting in. Very low utility cost for 4Fun. But J9O's just going to take the fallback position a minute 20 into the round. Now he'll play behind the desk. I mean, this is all normal paces. It seems exciting for the briefest moment, but a lot more has to be accomplished for 4Fun, Ollie. And, I mean, Packer down below, we can't really see him lurk this time. We got to see some action with that skeleton key.
Yeah, he's going to need to try and get in and displace some of those players upstairs. Get a little bit of information going, utilize that skeleton key. There's even a little bit of utility could target as well, but primary use is just going to be to open up hotspots. Try and stop those DZ players from being able to occupy those spaces. Silo has got his eyes set on the main breach. Wolfsburg can provide quite a good cutoff here as well. Doesn't really need to challenge the angle too much. Ooh, with the thorn at the top of main stairs, though, it does get a little bit more complicated. Bino to try and make something happen here, but again, it's on brand for DZ right now, isn't it? They now know that the breach is open. Guess what? No one's flooding the breach. This is where we need to see the value out of Packer from below.
Oh, timing again. Packer been the victim of this a couple times. Shooting the default cam on bottom rocket. Now that time, right as he activates the skeleton key, that's when Dark Zero takes the fight. Always hate those days when they happen, but fortunately 4Fun getting a bit unlucky today. NJR swinging around the corner, though Bino there for the trade. Quick flank by the defense makes soft work of 4Fun upstairs. Mike W and Wolfsburg below half HP. NJR actually more in control of the diffuser than the attack right now, just whimpering over it as he pushes deeper inside of the site. Wolfsburg looking for his first kill of the game and will end the half with nothing. For Fun, starting things off quite nicely with 2 rounds, but ever since that timeout, Dark Zero have not placed a single step wrong.
Dark Zero have just been moving and grooving since the timeout. One of these moments where you look at the experience of this team versus the inexperience of For Fun, and you have to say, we're seeing that on a platter in front of us.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned the experience versus the inexperience, and people are probably wondering what's happening with For Fun. The reality is the inexperience here is, respectfully, they got their 2 rounds. It looks good, but that's where an experienced team is always then going to exploit that inexperience. It's the simple fact of, yes, you did get those 2 rounds. Now we understand the style of game that you're trying to play, and we are going to immediately counter it. Whether we're choosing to get aggressive, whether choosing to play more defensive, we are going to stop your initial attack and make you work for these rounds. And that's what you're seeing from the side of For Fun, is they're just trying to get scrappy. They're sending body after body. This is something we've already highlighted, where once they run out of solutions, once they run out of being able to adapt, it's just trying to send one body right after the other, hoping the gunfire swings into their favor so they get that little bit of map control. But DZ is going to be too strong of a team to allow you to even get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, they're the major champions for a reason. And if there was a play of the game for this situation here, play at the halftime, it's going to go down to call out in that timeout. I don't want to give away all his secrets, but basically what he told the guys, he recognized they were having a slow start, and he said, we're not being decisive right now. We either need to get aggressive, or we need to just force a newer team with a newer IGL to do something, right? Let's just sit on our hands and create some problems for them and make them have to solve it. That's what we've seen on the side of Dark Zero. We had Newers sitting behind a Jaeger shield in bunks, right, with all the ADSs. They weren't, For Fun was not able to problem solve. And then on that last round as well, as they're trying to flip their takes back and forth, they're getting stalled out by the smoke, by the Tachanka. There's nothing that they can do.
We know this For Fun team is never afraid of the highest caliber of opponents. It's something that they tell us when we get a chance to talk to us. But right now, they have something to fear, right? Dark Zero are putting them into uncomfortable spots. And right, Newers being able to pop off is kind of a part of that. They're just feeding him kills one by one because it's a little awkward at times.
It is, but they can wrap a piece of gauze around the hemorrhaging, the bleeding that they're showcasing right now, especially starting on their defense. We already saw what they did against SR. Yep. They had a flawless start, so they can be in the driver's seat here now on their defense. They can create the chaos. They can cause the problems. They can cause DZ to have to fight and find a solution. But again, it really is also going to be on them to be able to adapt as well on defense and understand, okay, what is DZ going for? How can we do it? Do we get aggressive? Do we fall back into our layers? What is going to be their game plan? And that's where they always tend to seem to struggle, is trying to finagle what game plan works best and what is really going to get them the success outside of maybe getting them a couple kills.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the game plan is going to be here, because we are seeing them take off the Solid Snake, so we're not seeing the wild card blueprint where you get rid of double shields against Dark Zero. Instead, we're going to be getting rid of the vision operators. The Deimos I like, because guess what? They did leave a Zami up. We should see Wolfsburg, I don't know, maybe Two-Brow. Maybe they're switching their things up because they know Dark Zero is going to counter, so we might be able to see that come out a little bit later. But taking out the vision ops and not the shields, what do you think?
Again, that's just what worries me. Yes, you're going to be able to utilize that Azami, but again, SR wasn't hitting the Azami that hard. You can get a buck coming from below to completely disrupt that setup. So if we are going to possibly see that, are we seeing the buck? There is no buck. Okay, well, there's time that they can switch. But
an Ash.
I assume they're going to be far more aggressive if Wolfsburg is playing in that position. But maybe not. Maybe we aren't going to see it.
Yeah, nothing just confirmed just yet, but For Fun, the one thing we do know, on their own map pick, they're down 2 rounds right now. They need to make it happen on the defense.
And not just down 2 rounds. If you exclude those first 2, they've only got 3 kills this game. It was a flawless in round 3, followed up by Dark Zero only dropping 1 body in numbers 4, 5, and 6. It has been a complete shutout since College's tactical timeout. Clearly impactful enough. Mint designated him the MVP, and frankly, the results, you can't really argue with them. Ollie, the success Dark Zero have had since then has been undisputed, and now looking to the attack, they're trying to continue that streak with number 5.
Absolutely. It's one of the best things about major events that we get to listen into the tactical timeouts. We get to hear from the coaches and the impact that they have, and then what we can then take from that, and all the stats of like, right, successful round after a timeout, yes or no sort of thing. Who's got the most success after bringing that timeout? There's no arguing it in this series right now. Call out success has been phenomenal, and it's been a big reason as to how Dark Zero have managed to get themselves to a 4-2 scoreline here, starting off on their attacks. Leaving the shields open against DZ, I agree with Lax. I think it is a dangerous game to play because Kino is going to be all over it. Whatever is available, he is going to play. He's going to be on the Blackbeard this time, and it should assist with taking some early ops control. They have actually committed some bandit factories to this as well, but with no one really playing further forward than that and nothing really to stop Kino from just walking in, it's kind of straightforward to get these things burnt and move on to the next step.
You can see him do just that. So clearly a little bit of trouble on at least part of that electrification, but they get the right panel, and that's good enough for the angle you need to create. Fault's down early, though. They use both of his secondary utility, but the primary utility is what we're looking for. Mike W with the next. Kino hopping out the window on Blackbeard, caught by the Uzi on bottom rocket door. Big couple frags by the Thorn, but pushing back in. Jay and I know good for the cut. Him and NJR make this a 3v3. Suddenly, we've got a ball game again. Dark Zero have lost some powerful operators. The shield being a big one, Ollie. They brought it back to 3-3.
Well, they've lost the shield. They've also lost the sends. So, I mean, whenever you lose Kino on the shield, you kind of lose the planting power of this roster. You always look toward Kino and where that diffuser is, and the sense is always a big part of that as well. All new is forced to just run out of the range of that Razor Bloom in its entirety. J9O getting caught out by one as well. That's good utility to burn at this stage. And the Bees are just going to buy a little bit of time here for J9O as he just starts to challenge outside of this museum window. But everything's fairly one-dimensional at the moment.
That's his last B as well. Dark Zero limited on secondary utility. Hoping that somebody from For Fun overswings his Pactor, firing more and more Shimikas at the front of office. NJR just makes his way in. They land on the exact right mark, though. Janino and Newer is both falling. NJR 1v3 wins so many of them, but in a position like that, back against the wall, flames at his feet, it's not going to happen. For Fun break that 4-round streak and take their first round since the second.
Yeah, I thought Packer had dropped the ball a little bit there where he allowed him to sort of run in, but the Shimikas, of course, you've just got too many of them. You can zone off too much time, and even if you miss a couple, it is never usually the end of the world. Still, the Echo drones being available there as well. Players on the side of For Fun flicking just to give that last little bit of information. Certainly bringing plenty of information of their own, given that they've starved the attack of that own pleasure. First round after the side swap, and first round what feels like a long time for For Fun, and just some decent siege, right? All they did really was dig in. They got a couple of opening picks. I mean, Mike W's opening kill onto the bottom of Rocket. You don't really expect someone to be aggressively playing the bottom of Rocket like that, and I feel like Kino has gotten incredibly unfortunate because he's obviously gone to jump out of Ops window and try and chase down Mike W at the bottom of these Rocket stairs and sort of get it back as a trade. But I'd love to see it from his point of view, from Mike W's point of view, because it kind of felt like, with how quickly Kino died, it felt like he was almost watching that top ops window for the player to jump out. So Mike W obviously finding two really impactful kills, 2 round-winning kills there, essentially, for For Fun inside of round 7.
Now they get another win on the primary site. For Fun will have tied things up. So far, the trend has been at least winning a couple rounds to start. Dark Zero coming back, but Dark Zero only have the 1 tack timeout. If For Fun can really break their momentum here, they'll have to find another solution in round, and Dark Zero might be capable of that, but they won't at least have call out to come into the comms, bring the team back together. Huge round for Fun, not necessarily a must-win, but one of vital importance, especially as if Dark Zero can maintain a 2-round lead pretty consistently in the aggregate, things get real problematic for this defense. For Fun not holding too firmly onto this middle floor, likely stationing themselves, I was about to say, on the staircase. At least somebody with a shotgun playing that position. It seems that is so. By and large, just holding the site, trying to give the utility a lot more focus, and Dark Zero will move in pretty quick to the mid floor as a result.
Yeah, DZ take the space that they are given for free quite quickly. Kino now going to start to just advance forward and see if he can further push this player down those filtration stairs. Doesn't want to get too ahead of things, though. We often see some pretty nasty engagements between shields and shotguns on those stairs. Opening pick, this time for J9O. He's going to be downstairs, maybe looking for a little bit of a hop in here. He must know that the player is just there. It's going to be Packer dug in behind the shield. Oh, brilliant timing. Got to go for the jump in now. Boom. What timing there from DZ. J9 will fall down, but it's a small price to pay for some hella map control right now.
A really smart little pocket play from Dark Zero. Kino moving in to cover his team as they pick J9O back up. Fultz might fall in the fray. Rescuing Private J9O. The operation succeeds down at the bottom of stairs. Kino now moving in to put the diffuser down with the Chonka gone, and Silo clearly not in a position for the C4. He finds a couple kills on the long angle, but just the DMR to do the talking. He's way too far away to land any kind of utility, but he's done the important job for the moment. Now Newers, who might take another fight at this long angle. Silo's seen him creep in. Can't just creep around the corner. Newers on the fall off, pops up and takes him down. Dark Zero answer 4Fun's win with a round of their own.
DZ played that 2 versus 1 really smart, just baiting out the plant, knowing that 2 Brow's a mile away and that he needs to try and close the gap to make that C4 work. And the difference between staying and choosing to play the hatch and find the angle, which can be very difficult if he's at max range for throwing that C4, versus dropping and just aggressively taking that fight and being ready for the trade, is a massive one, and it gives DZ the round. Tactical timeout now for 4Fun, as they've kind of been dismantled. It was, you know, sort of an attempt at a dig in. It was an attempt at a shut up shop the same way that Dark Zero did. But giving the shield to Kino and making sure that this is still available just eliminates any sort of time that you're hoping to save, or and it even eliminates players like Packer's position, right? He's just kind of stood up playing his day. He's got a Monty looking at him. His deployable shield is about to explode because there's a Rotero drone on it, and he's got J9O hopping in the window. Like, there's quite literally nothing that you can do against that.
There's a great read of the position by Dark Zero in a game that has been filled with good reads so far, on 4Fun's pick especially. It's looking increasingly worrying for this team, especially since, I mean, in the series we just saw SR against 100 Thieves. We saw a close, well, comparatively close game on Fortress SR's pick, and thought maybe 100 Thieves might have a little bit more to offer on theirs, and well, it wasn't a 7-0, but it was a 6-0 half for the Rebellion, followed up by a 7-1 victory on their opponent's pick on the map that we're watching right now.
Bomb located by attackers.
So a team's own pick is by no means safe ground. That logic extends to Dark Zero as well, but given their favorite position in the series so far and continually sharp understanding the positions 4Fun are playing, I mean, even in that round, to make that a 2 versus 1, Silo had to get a double kill with the DMR in hand. That was another round with a 1v4. Dark Zero have had quite a few of those since that timeout, all the way back during the first half. 4Fun in increasingly difficult spots, now turn to Bunk's briefing for their next hope.
And it kind of does feel like that, doesn't it? It feels like a hope at the moment for 4Fun. Let's see if the timeout is good for it for them. DZ. The lineup that they've got on display, you would like to think that they're going to go more top clear. If they were looking for something a bit more direct, you'd maybe be expecting Kino to be playing the Monty as opposed to the Blackbeard. And you'd maybe be looking for a lot more smoke and ability to sort of shock and awe. I understand you've got the Ying with those smokes, but Sense RU projectors, Capital are usually the tools that you sort of go toward a little bit. Instead, Fultz are just going to start the round off by picking away at some of this utility here, trying to clear the way for players like Kino, like NJR, to try and get in and make something happen. NJR expecting some close quarters engagements here. He's got the 612 in hand, ready to go. JNNO on the flip side, seeing if he can give him a little bit of information there with those Bs, as those canisters just start to push these defenders around a little bit.
And just one shot from JNNO's launcher, maneuvers them a little bit. Player recognizing the difficulties, so many defenders up top. Oh, almost decapitates Kino instead. He loses his head to Mike W. Pre-fire around the corner, gets the trade. NJR, big kill onto the Tachanka. That 612 push needed to go big, as Dark Zero would have lacked an actual foothold into the top floor. Now with it, they don't have the full way in, but they've acquired control of the top of green stairs. Just a little bit of pressure they can now consistently apply to this top floor. Newers as well on the opposite side, looking to cut off Silo on the retreat. Spots his head. One shot's good enough in this game, and Silo now down. It is another round where Dark Zero have 4 bodies compared to a deficit for 4Fun.
At this point, DZ, if they wanted to, could transition this into a plan. They don't need to try and search out these last couple of kills. They've got that upstairs control. They've really locked the defenders out of this zone right now. Razor Bloom triggered. Still isn't going to slow Fultz down. Packer's going to be kicking himself for that one. Wolfsper now looking to try and add on to his kill tally, which for his standard isn't looking too great inside of the match so far. J90 nailing that diffuser down, putting it into a post, and still there's DZ players upstairs. It's going to be Newers from the top of green to take down Wolfsper and put Dark Zero onto map point.
It is rare we see clears like that work on bunks and briefing. More often than not, we see pressure applied, and if the round ends anywhere and they commit to a clear, it usually ends on that top floor, or you go for a half clear over by green, and then you move for a plant down below. But if Dark Zero is going to kill 3 of the, 4 defenders on the top floor, there was simply nobody left to fight for that control. They didn't even need to maneuver for a plant at that point. There was still, 1 minute 10 seconds left in the round. One of the best, midpoints to a bunks briefing attack I've seen in quite a long time. It's rare to see clears go that well and rare to see rounds end that way. Even this trade right here, losing the shield, J90 wastes no time to move in, land that pre-fire before Mike W can even switch to the shotgun. And kills like that are why Newers gets paid the big bucks, is brought on this team, and is currently the highest rated player for Dark Zero inside of the NAL and inside of this matchup as well. 12-3 right now after that round. Dark Zero now up 3 rounds against 4Fun on 4Fun's pick.
Activating camera.
Things not looking too great for 4Fun at the moment then. Cafe is going to be the next map in this series. I believe, if memory serves correct, Cafe is a map that they are yet to win yet. They've lost it twice this stage.
10 seconds to insertion.
The foreshadowing, they already lost it to DZ once. Will they lose it to DZ again? It was 7-5 last time they played it. And DZ, of course, coming into this. The map pool that they have really had the pick of the litter, as it's so to speak, in terms of where they wanted to play this series on versus the 4Fun map pool that is, of course, a little bit smaller. We aren't done with Lair yet, though. DZ still need to convert it. 4Fun haven't been lifeless on the defense. They have found themselves a round, but they are going to need to do a lot better than that if they hope to try and take this one to an overtime, which is the only way it's going if they choose to do it. They'll have to get on 6 rounds, have to force it into an OT here, which means they have to win 3. With the siege we've seen, it just doesn't feel likely. Top floor to be defended then for 4Fun here. Once again, we've got what is becoming quite a standard DZ lineup at the moment. Ooh, okay, we have a little bit of presence inside of Ops this time. Wolfsper choosing to play a little bit more of a forward position. Usually good for wasting a good chunk of time. It will just give Kino something to think about. Ooh, Packers got into the mix as well. Can start to utilize some of those shoemakers. Usually you end up with a few left over at the end of the round, so no bad thing to get them used early, but Wolfsper going to get down from outside, finished off by Newers.
Yeah, and it makes sense we're just seeing that now. That's a typical position Wolfsper plays on this map. He played it to great success in the SR games, so clearly not playing the Azami. She survives the ban phase and likely not playing her for that purpose. So they bring her out in round 10, but it's also something 4Fun have played quite a lot. So Dark Zero clearly ready for it. They've got players at the single windows. They've got the shield pushing in, and Wolfsper on his way out puts Fultz to 1 HP. Might have even got a kill there if he was just maybe aiming a little bit higher, but still 1 for 1. Dark Zero, well, 1 for 1 if it were that reality, and we're not there. 5v4 for Dark Zero, albeit with a couple players on reduced HP. They were clearly ready for a standard of effective, but standard defense for 4Fun. Kino rotating over now, pushes deep inside of the side. Can't get the initial kill onto the Tachanka, while NGR and Fultz face a lot more success. They've carved out our 6th room and chopped up the defense. Dark Zero, another streak, 3 rounds on their attacking side. Good enough to close things out 7-3 on the first.
DZ looking really good there on Lair. Bit of a shame for 4Fun, given that that was their map choice in this best of 3. And with the map pool that they have, you would expect them to be doing quite well on that only choice that they get. They were lacking in just about every department there. DZ, after the timeout, looks electric. We're going to hit a break, and we'll be back with map 2.
elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Hi, it's Baby Shark. I'm playing for Wildcard, and this is Fractures.
Let's go! Baby Shark, Baby Shark!
That's my dream, the game I fell in love with. But I wanted to sign the contract and tell to myself, okay, I did it. 1 month ago, I was not even pro, and 1 month after, I'm literally like qualifying for a main event, playing in front of one of the biggest crowds in the world. The best thing that could ever happen for me. BBYSHARKK. So my name is Joan Benito. I'm from France. I spent my whole life in Avignon. I felt like it was pretty big, but here in US, Houston is way bigger than where I live. I also love the people in US. I feel like everybody are really respectful. I love it. So one of the only things I miss from France, I'm gonna say it's probably the food. Obviously my family and my friends, but the food. Not that I don't like the US food, but just in France, I'm used to it and I love it. I love the cheese, the baguettes, the raclette. Oh là là.
Et je suis aussi streamer sous le nom de Shark.
My dad works in an electronic stores and he's the one who was bringing a lot of electronic stuff. Oh my god, I had a Twitter video, very famous, where I was literally presenting stuff from this store.
Merci à tous.
My dad is literally my first fan, I'm gonna say. He has always believed in me, even when I had some tough moments. He is the one who introduced me into video games, something extremely precious for me.
It's FC, not me.
Back in the days, the only thing I was waiting, it was the end of the school and just playing Rainbow Six. But people in my classroom were a little bit mocking me. I was kind of a geek. My idea was just going pro. If I wanna go pro, I gotta play with famous persons. Since nobody wanted to pick me up in their team, I started creating my own teams, trying to IGL. I was probably the worst IGL ever, and my team literally blew up. I got picked up by Hungry, old G2 player, Bibu, old Wolves player, and they brought me in their team. I had another point of view about how playing the game and how to understand it. I joined another team, Project X, and we were participating, I remember, on the Combine, one of the biggest T2 tournaments. And we qualified for the Cologne finals in Germany. That was my first LAN ever experience at a very good level. After this tournament, the team disbanded. One day, I got a message from a general manager from Wildcard Gaming. In my mind, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna get picked up, but still a great experience. They fell in love with me, and now I'm here. I remember I was signing my contract. I was literally shaking. My parents were extremely happy for me. Finally being able to go pro, that's my dream. So Reload 2025, all the context was crazy for me. Brazil, first time I'm in Brazil. Nobody knew me. Baby Shark, who is Baby Shark? Who is this guy? So I had to play well, I had to show myself. First match, was a little bit scary.
Unbelievable shot from Baby Shark.
Nobody were literally expecting Wildcard to go deep in the tournament. Very happy of our performance. The best thing that could ever happen for me.
1, 2, 3, win!
So right after a reload, we end up qualifying for the Munich Major.
Yeah!
Top 4 at the Major, it was very good for us, extremely happy. We've been able to prove that it was the reload was not a fluke.
But Baby Shark had the momentum on the swing!
And we end up qualifying for the 6th Invitational 2026 in Paris.
We made ESA at Paris, at my home!
I end up playing back home in France in front of my father, so extremely grateful for that. The walkthrough was insane. I had some chills when I entered on the main stage.
Final double Baby Shark!
Thousands of people are watching me playing, screaming my name. At the SI, we end up losing.
All that is left! Team Secret, your victors here today!
Against Team Secret, against Mowgli. Mowgli, if you're watching this, tu m'as brisé le cœur. You broke my heart.
One thing about Wildcard, they'll be back.
I was extremely sad. I started crying. I'm not really emotional, but started like crying. And I'm hearing Mowgli talking about me. This guy did something crazy this year. Applaud for him, etc. I was extremely grateful for his words.
Merci infiniment.
So this is my team experience. NAL Gaming, Make Your Destiny Esports, Mitsura Project, Project X, and now Wildcard Gaming. Being a French guy in America, it was not very easy at the beginning, but I think I proved myself. We are working extremely hard. I'm gonna give my best for them. Calm, weapon, MVP, IGL, crazy. I would like people to say about me that I'm very crazy.
That checks it out.
Snake, Solid Snake, Cloud9, Mr. Bay. Wow, I have no idea. Munich Major, we showed the world that we were not a bad team and we were a very good team. I love to yell. I love to have with them.
I am having with them. I want that. Let's go.
Always nice learning a little bit more about the players who make all this happen. Baby Shark, as we heard from him there, he just qualified for the Esports World Cup yesterday with Wildcard. Good to hear a little bit more about his background. I mean, I know you guys have been in similar spots, you know, coming up through the Siege ecosystem through the years. It's good stuff.
There was no ecosystem when we started. It was you. There was one qualifier to make the pro scene. I remember I made top 8. That guaranteed you being a pro. I went to my mom. I was like, Mom, I made it. And she was like, cool. And I was like, oh, all right. She wasn't on board. But the second I got the ticket out to Boston, totally on board since.
Yeah, once they start seeing those flight tickets or something, where you get a little bit of money or something.
She was definitely skeptical. She was like, who's paying for this? What's all this?
Is this real?
Funny moment.
Definitely opposite for me. I mean, my mom, everyone was super supportive. It was a gamer family, so it was just kind of one of those, hey, can I quit my job and go pro? I'm like, yeah, sure. All right, we'll make it happen.
Well, the 4 Fun guys were in a pretty similar spot not too long ago, and here against Dark Zero, they still have a lot of work left to do. Right now, I mean, these two teams duking it out on map 1, and Dark Zero, as expected, they're able to take the win. They do it after a strong start from 4 Fun, but on 4 Fun's map pick, for Dark Zero to take the win, that is not going to sit well with this underdog team.
Yeah, I really do believe they needed to get this map to swing into their favor. Again, respectfully, they got those 2 rounds, but as Mint said, once that timeout came out from Callout, everything...
I think they needed to take Callout out of the game.
Yeah, I think they needed to take Callout out of the game. If they could have banned operators or choose Callout, they should have banned Callout, because that really was the turning table for the side of Dark Zero, and they just kind of ran away with it. The second they swapped to the half, I mean, yes, there were some good engagements, there were some good close rounds, but ultimately that's where the experience is always going to shine for Dark Zero. And again, we talk about every key component of this roster. We were seeing it with the Shield. We were seeing it from Newers on those flanks. We were just seeing each individual step up in their moments to bring these rounds into their favor.
Yeah, and just to shine a little bit of a light, in not a good way maybe, but Volsper was kind of, when they were able to defeat a Juggernaut on this map, we're going back to that SR game, and it was Volsper in that 7-2 who was holding down the operations room with the zombie, and here it is. And what's going to be the difference? Well, DZ is going to be able to get the kill. That's the only round, though, he actually chose to go with Zombie, right? It was even the first 3 rounds. He wasn't even going it. They weren't really contesting. They weren't really trying to get into the face of DZ. Kind of playing a little bit scared, which has me worried for them. But yeah, Volsper, I mean, he's a big fragger for this team that needs to step up. We highlighted the fact that it's going to take everybody. They don't really have a star on this team. It's going to take every single buddy to be able to have an amazing game. And they started with those first 2 rounds, but unfortunately, I guess the lights just got a little bit too bright.
Well, obviously, Newers having a great performance there, getting 12 kills to his name. Dark Zero will be looking to continue that on map 2 as they move to their pick of Cafe. 4 Fun, we know they have their work cut out for them here. If they want to stay alive and make their way to EWC, we're going to have to see a win here on Cafe.
And it only becomes darker for 4 Fun as well, moving away from their pick, which they lost 3-7. Now a favorite for Dark Zero on comfortable territory. We've had one series today, Ollie. It was quite dominant. It resulted in a 7-1 for SR. Do you think we're matching that scoreline now?
I don't know if we're going to see that dominant sort of score inside of Cafe, but I do believe that it will follow the same overall scoring, that it's going to be a 2-0, right? I think based off the siege we've seen, it'd be fair to predict that at this point. Whether it's going to be a 7-1 or not, I'm not too sure. One thing that DZ do have going for them here in terms of enabling that a little bit is, of course, starting off on Cafe defense. Cafe as a map, as we've mentioned already, where we've already seen For Fun struggle in the past. It isn't necessarily a known stronghold for this team. I don't really know that they've got any of those maps at this point, as they're still looking to try and develop and grow and, you know, move that map pool to where it needs to be. Last time it was played, it was a 7-5. That was against Dark Zero. Previous to that, they lost it 3-7 to M80. That was a long time ago, though. That was 3 months ago. So the DZ one, far more relevant, and that would have just been regular stage play here for stage 1. So I don't know that it'll be a 7-1 because they were good for a couple of rounds before. What's to say they're not going to be good for them again?
And they seem to be in generally good spirits coming out of Lair. We're starting off with a good foundation. Still feel connected to each other, still feel capable in this series. It's entirely possible they can give us a couple good rounds to offer, but Dark Zero already coming in the favorites, now coming in the leaders in this series so far, up 1-0 against For Fun, looking to continue their streak of rounds on Cafe. Bans have come through,
Attackers have discovered the location
and because
of a
it's
bomb.
Cafe, that means we don't have double hard breach now. Not really bans we see all that often on this map, Ollie. It is typically in other areas. For Fun have decided to take off Azami and Solus. I will say, you don't often see that operator specifically banned. And Dark Zero on the flip side, Ying and Grim execute ops, their main targets.
Yeah, the Solus is something that DZ will play quite a lot. Solus itself coming into a lot more popularity as of late. Whether it warrants the ban or not, I don't know. It's just a difficult one to say. It's certainly an operator that DZ play a hell of a lot. They have left open some quite nice toys here. I look toward, you know, DMR
RED scanning.
and think to myself, they usually play a big part in these Cafe defenses, given that the top floor is usually where a lot of the fighting will go down, regardless of which site you are actually going to be defended. Okay, the basement, maybe a little bit less so, should I say downstairs in kitchen, but the general sentiment is that DMRs will reign supreme up here. That is going to be something to contend with that Nuers will be rocking. Again, the lockout continues here as Bino tries to hop in his drone and can't even drone the bottom of that reading door. Instead, just going to try and make something happen through the skylight. It's going to need to go down, either remove that mute jammer or further look to try and make a little bit of progress there. But I think that someone is going to be tucked in on that mute jammer as well. So it'd be a shame if all this information that For Fun have got, they would fall foul to a rat play, hey?
It's hostile. Well, I've already seen it happen once on Lair. Packer is the one who succumbed to it. See if it happens again. Volsper trying to take this fight with Newers, albeit from a different route. Oh, and dies to Foltz down below. Spotted on the bottom of the double window. Now C4 prepped for the cocktail rappel. No lurk present whatsoever. Mike W, whether he knows it or not, just planted a DMR shot into Foltz's chest. But that C4 is still a factor. Likely waiting for information. Oh, he hops in. Does Foltz know it right as he lands? Bino knows it or not. If Foltz just presses one button, the striker's going down, but spots it through the floor and hops out just for safety. Foltz pushed back deeper inside of the site. Loses a C4 in the process, so playing vertical is all nice, but he will at least lack some of that necessary secondary utility to place more meaningful pressure on this attack.
Dropping down to the basement as well, potentially for a little bit of flank up those green stairs. Stylo gonna find one onto J90. Should be able to move down white as well, as top floor has been taken here. Time doesn't look fantastic, and there isn't a really quick way of making a lot of this soft breach happen, so these defenders are fairly dug in, as you can see. Tucked inside a wheel room. Kino not really given too much of a reason to move. Sorry, NJR it would have been, the opposing SAS operator. Packer now going searching for that lurking player downstairs.
Spots them, but on such low HP, one bullet either way was going to be the end of them. Foltz just gets the better angle. Mike W with a good trade, but Dark Zero keeping things as close as they can. Just sees one creeping up Red Hall. Newers with the cutoff, doesn't take the gunfight. Bino instead creeps in, putting the diffuser down. Silo on such low HP, the only player can cover. Oh, Kino second guesses. While Newers downs one, he gives Bino enough time to plant. Headshot onto the striker and a counter defuse for round one.
Nuez has just done it all with the pistol. Absolutely everything. After all the talk of the DMR and how powerful it is, he's like, nah, forget it. We're close quarters. We're going pistol only for this. Cleans it up like a spilt drink. Brilliant opening round for Dark Zero. For Fun will have felt fairly confident with that clear. But DZ just continuing to move, continuing to adapt, continuing to rotate as well. It was false for me. Massive kill here. Packer knows that he's down there. They've got the information that someone's flanked, and he's still able to get back in the fight and pick himself up just as one, despite being taken to 1 HP earlier on in the round. And Nuez doing what Nuez does best. I mean, he's got no business winning that at all. But a brilliant clutch nonetheless.
And Dark Zero getting around that. I think you kind of alluded to earlier. It didn't really feel like was going their way. They were keeping it close. It was, but you know, by no means should have been a dominant one for fun. But Bino able to weave in, get the defuse plant down from Red. Viewers with a pistol. I mean, Bino also able to get the plant off in the process. I feel like it's close enough. It should lean the way of for fun, but monkey timing there towards the end, right as Bino decides to worry about the double door position. There's just a little hole in the wall. Gives Newers the opening he needed. Big three-piece to start for the players. The top rated for Dark Zero in the series so far. Now as they defend one second floor site, they will move one room over and defend the other. Reading room and fireplace as our next set of defenses, though of course necessarily some presence on the top floor.
As is required. The top floor has to be held. And when you've got a mirror, you're better off holding it because some long angles can be really nice. It's one of the downsides of banning the slight off pick there of the Solus is you do leave things like a mirror, things like a castle up, and if they're available, Dark Zero will be playing them. Packer should be able to make short work of some of these castles on this east side. He'll be able to get himself up there onto the rappel. Seems pretty confident that no one's going to be at the bottom of that reading door, and as he looks over in that direction, we can see his suspicions are correct. Less confident about the thought of a run out, though. It is going to be something that he contends with here. Kino rips him ready on a C4. Another one of those occasions where you feel like if he sent it at the right time, he'd see a heck of a lot of success with that. Top red has been occupied as well now, and that castle barricade is going to be dealing with in a different manner. A little bit of a drone out there. We haven't actually got the top of red reinforced though, so that is something that the super shorty could open up and he could start to try and push in there a little bit.
Just find a little way in. Newers with the first pick. 2 opening picks in a row for Dark Zero now. Wolfsburg just bobbing and weaving to evade the Razor Bloom. Mike W trying to recreate the nade from below era, opening up a hole through the floor, banking it through. Doesn't really force Fultz out whatsoever, holding that same position. He takes down Bino, and Mike W is still left without any clear answers to this position. I think he just spotted Fultz's head briefly. It certainly doesn't mean anything in the long run. Wolfsburg's been on red for basically the entire round, the same amount of time that Mike W's been below. For fun, don't even really have the pieces to put together a puzzle. The box is still well closed. This mirror window, 40 seconds remaining, not only still solid, not even cracked. Dark Zero can play behind whatever positions they want and will continue to do so. Mike W with a line on the mirror around the corner can at least land the free fire. And that seems unlikely. Newers with the first and the last kill in round 2 as Dark Zero start off with 2 in a row.
It's the problem solving, isn't it, for fun where they're lacking at the moment, and it's something that the desk touched on. It's something we've touched on all stage long, that when you leave gaps, when you leave space, they're very good at occupying those gaps in space, and a lot of times you can kind of then bait them into positions that you then want to try and take advantage of them in, because you know that they're going to be in a less than favorable spot. And then it comes down to the problem solving. Mirror windows, there's nothing to deal with them. Like you said, they're all solid. Now, granted, a lot of gunfights have been lost, but it's mirror windows and castle barricades. Like, we know how we need to be dealing with mirror windows and castle barricades. Bring on 6. Castle barricades are done then. You can deal with 1 each. Bring nades. You can deal with castle barricades. Bring Ash. Great tool for both. Even bring the Kali if you fancy. Another great option for both. I'd love to be a fly on the wall. I'd love to be listening into what Packer's got to say right now. So imagine some of it has to ring true, right? Some of it has to come back to this problem solving.
Always an emotive one in these TAC timeouts, and I could say that about any Packer tactical timeout, and I would like to be there. I would like to know what was being said. Either way, I imagine at least part of the focus will be thinking about what site they'll have to deal with next, as both second floor sites won. If your options are third floor and first floor, well, I know which one I'm betting on every day of the week, and it will be this bottom floor site. One teams always end up going to at some point, and the one you can expect a full 5-man hold on the bottom floor. Somebody holding bottom white, maybe somebody pushing out to bakery, but by and large, the third and second floors will be seeded by Dark Zero. So I think one nice thing, Ollie, when we talk about problem solving, on this map, there are certainly plenty, or on this site, there's certainly plenty of problems. But generally maybe the simplest, at least initial setup when you're attacking a side on this map. There's literally nobody on these top floors.
They're very, very 2D problems, right? It's all happening on one level. And when you start to add multiple levels in, then that's when the problems can get a bit much. NJR, hello? That's a bit of a problem. Would have been a problem if you'd have got an opening pick. As it stands, he can just sit and aggress onto this angle now. This is the confidence that DZ are playing with at the moment. Happy to challenge pretty much everything. I think they know that they've got 4Fun rattled in a big way. Only 4 kills across the first couple of rounds for 4Fun, so it's kind of every department where they're falling short at the moment. IW should be able to get his boogie drones in and make a little bit of something happen here. Volspa coming in from the top as well, so you would expect flanks to be fairly well sorted. But there is a rogue player up here from Dark Zero, and I do wonder if they get droned. J9O just going to be hanging around on that top floor. A little bit of an unorthodox position. Fultz's spot as well. Like, DZ are really gunning for this fight. They're not giving this map control away for free.
We talk about them posing little problems. 3-man hold on the second and third floor. This is a problem we do not often see. 4Fun forced into a much more time-consuming roam clear than they otherwise would have got. And Dark Zero trying to take advantage of the team's inexperience, just like we saw with that Kino mute jammer on layer. This is the exact same kind of strategy. Not play more aggressive in terms of taking gunfights, but be more assertive at the control you're taking early in the round. Make them clear you and call their bluff. Predict that they won't do it. NGR with the first pick onto the vertical control. They can't even get the boogie drones down on a kitchen attack. What's so often an afterthought, something you throw in through the window and don't even think about. Something 4Fun can't even accomplish when attacking Cafe right now. J9O looking to bait in attackers into the gun sight of Newers. Fultz tagging on for another. He almost gets him on the hip fire, and they get him on the clear. Dark Zero with an unorthodox strat. Take advantage of 4Fun, and now have won 3 in a row.
DZ are looking fantastic at the moment. There's individual performance, yes, and we're seeing big pop-off plays from people like Newers, but ultimately, they are in full control of this series. Another round where they only lose 1 body. They've just fronted up to 4Fun and just said, you know what? We're not even going to get fancy with it. There was barely any utility commitment into that, like, multiple floor roam. J9O might have had a Grismot mine upstairs, but aside from that, nothing. Not too much going on for Fultz either, as he was stuck inside a train. He's just happy to sit in angles and saying, you know we're here. Clear us then. Do something about it. Because at the minute, 4Fun have not got that answer.
In case you were curious, J9O actually did only commit 1 Grismot to that round. It's possible. I mean, he threw that, and he threw them at the midpoint of the round, so he did commit a couple, but they were entirely reactive.
If there was, I mean, it's a couple of Grismots. I don't care if J9O dies with 3 in his pocket, as long as he's getting kills and doing his job. Who minds?
Well, that's what I mean, right? Like, the maximum utility allotted before the mid round was maybe 3 razor blows, maybe. Yeah. And then Grismot's placed in reaction where the attack was pushing. There was nothing to make that roam happen other than willpower, basically. Dark Zero clearly have no shortage of that. And at this point, who can really blame them? I mean, if you track the game back to layer, Dark Zero now won 6 rounds in a row at the moment. Completed a flawless fabrication on Cafe. 4Fun have already burned their tactical timeout. We're in real danger of repeating that SR 100 Thieves game with a 6-0 start on map 2. 4Fun seemingly running out of options as Dark Zero continue throwing the strat book at them. I mean, we've technically seen this lineup before, but we saw the Castle Mirror for a reading defense. Now we're on Fireplace.
It does feel like the occasion has got to fall fun a little bit in this instance, doesn't it? You know, because we've seen these players play with confidence. We've seen them do great things. Wolfsburg in particular had a fantastic performance against SR in the game that 4Fun won in the regular stage. And he's been quiet as a mouse in this series so far. He picked up, what, 1 kill on Lair?
One kill.
We're currently into the 4th round right now. Okay, it's not over, but it's currently got 0. But that's not someone that you can expect to just sort of fly under the radar and not put the work in. 4Fun need a performance to have everybody. They don't have a talisman star. They don't have a big player. Everyone needs to pull their own weight. So far, we're not seeing that. Another round, another opening pick here. Nuaz takes down Stylo. Takes a bit of damage in the process, but even then, Wolfsburg can't land the finishing blow.
He even finds a way to drop without exposing himself to the rappel. Wolfsburg's not actively holding that angle anymore. But now Nuaz trying to take an aggressive line against the Nomad. Even on the low HP, you almost favor him for this. It just seems Dark Zero can't do anything wrong at the moment. Double Mira setup on the top floor. You can tell 4Fun understandably starting to strong for answers. Ooh, X-Tyros getting caught in the windowsill. That's a bummer. Just, I mean, completely stalled on this rappel at the moment. I mean, we can see a lot of the right positions. Bino on the cocktail rappel will look to make his way in as the defenders have all dropped off. But now it's just a hollow setup. The Dark Zero have vacated at their own pace.
Yeah, and it'll still take a couple of seconds for 4Fun to start to move through that with the confidence, knowing that it is all clear and it is all available. And in that time, DZ, what can they do? Well, they can reposition downstairs. They've got C4s at their disposal. NJR, heartbeat scanner. They will know where these players are upstairs, and they will be able to do something about it. Packer will just open up a little bit, but he's used his last 2 X-Kairos pellets on the vert and then gets greeted by a castle barricade. Oh, this guy can't buy a break this game.
Yeah, that's a real bummer. I mean, Mike W will have to waste a nade on that. I mean, thankfully it doesn't take too long, but again, 10 key seconds that Packer spent doing that. Frustration might start to build as well. NJR, I think through the floor, finds a shot onto Wolfsburg. Doesn't have a C4, just trying to take fights against the players on the windows. Look at the confidence on this. There's absolutely zero reason to peek that window. Zero reason to keep crossing. For Dark Zero playing with the confidence that comes with invulnerability. Fultz, a couple kills to end things off, but you could add any name to that scorecard, and it would be basically the same result. Completely expected for DZ at this point, and just running away with Cafe.
It's starting to feel more and more like a formality, isn't it? DZ are running through 4Fun, quite literally 4Fun at the moment. In a contest which we were giving its credit and giving 4Fun, you know, I love an underdog. I love a story where you see an underdog come in and put in a performance. But at the moment, 4Fun have just laid down on the floor and said, just whatever you need, take it. And DZ are obliging right now. We're seeing some fantastic siege out of DZ, don't get me wrong. They're playing the game that's in front of them, but 4Fun aren't giving them too much of a contest at the minute. It is a little bit of a shame. This defensive side was always going to be a good one for Dark Zero, and 4Fun were always going to have the tougher end of things on the start here. But realistically, you've got to give them some sort of... I don't know, you've got to give them some sort of belief, because if this is DZ's map, then 4Fun have chosen to start on this side. Like, they were expecting to get rounds on the attack here.
Expecting or hoping?
Well, we all know that hope isn't a strategy, so I would like to think that they were expecting.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, your point is very valid, because at this point it looks like it was hope, doesn't it?
Dark Zero continuing to switch things up against 4Fun. We've got the Miras as a consistent fixture of a lot of these second floor extensions. But now they brought in the Pulse since the halfway point, and clearly again trying to add some layers. You know, the attack clears out the mirror windows, they push in. What's the normal thing we've seen on Cafe for years now? The idea being we'll throw up C floors, hopefully to hit their feet, hopefully to get kills off the back of them. At worst, Fultz can whip out the heartbeat scanner and get information on where they're pushing and where their positions are. He's doing that exact thing right now over in Train. Normal starting position for a Pulse, trying to find where the attack's pushing from, where the current positions are, try and give some information to enable Dark Zero defenders up top. Can I play more aggressively in Christmas? Do I have to play more passively? Are they moving quick? Of course, maybe he looks below. If he does, he might find Silo lurking at bottom brown.
Might be trying to find a little bit of space here downstairs. The drone should confirm that someone is going to be there. Fultz just gives himself away a little bit. just exposes some leg through the soft wall there. It's available to track. So we can jump in the death mark and try and get a beam on him, but I don't think that Mike W's got the space to really push in and make anything happen off the back of that. Silo now going for the target. A lot more focus on information inside of this round. It seems that 4Fun are just trying their best to get one opening pick, and hopefully that'll snowball. They will find one onto Fulls, but News is immediately there for a trade.
On. Mike W. Packer followed up, though, and 4Fun with not only an advantage, the best one they've had so far. Kino isolated in behind the bomb chassis. Now the only one left. Doesn't matter if it all comes down to kills. All 4Fun need right now is a W. This one is as good as any. Kino good spots one, doesn't land it. Packer a sigh of relief as 4Fun pick up their first round all the way since, what, I think round 7 on Lair.
It's been a while. It certainly has. Better late than never, but it can't be the last. It needs to be the start of many if they hope to try and take this series to a map 2. Because at the moment, one attacking round on Cafe is not going to cut the mustard. That is not going to make the cut. Interesting tack that they went for there in the, they just decided, you know what? All of this information is available, and it has taken us until round 5 to play all of it at the same time. And look what happens when you're able to play a Dokkaebi, a Snake, and a Deimos. Oh, guess what? You know where people are. So all this Dark Zero lurking that we've been seeing, where DZ have just been sitting in corners and sitting upstairs and going, okay, you know where we are, deal with us. But you don't really know where we are because we're going to decimate your drone economy and we're going to make sure that you haven't really got the information to try and push us. There are attackers that can assist that, and they are very effective. And 4Fun have realized that in round 5. It won't do here, though. They are going to be forced into a little bit more utility for this downstairs kitchen site. They will be bringing the Roarer. So looking maybe for a little bit of a plan because we've got the Sense as well. Still the usual suspects of the Ram and the Dokkaebi. And a bit of gridlock for some flank support. But really the Roarer and the Sense paint most of the picture here in terms of what I expect 4Fun want to get accomplished. And that is going to be to try and move in and make something happen on that site. But previously, and with the way that this round went last time, you've got to think that in the back of their mind, there is going to be a nagging feeling that they need to go for a clear.
Yeah, I mean, they've trained 4Fun for this at this point. They have played those roams so consistently, to a lesser extent on Lair, but majorly on Cafe, that 4Fun feel like they have to do that. I mean, they've been conditioned at this point, so they'll do so, and understandable, but Dark Zero's reaction makes it even better. The moment 4Fun have any kind of success, they go, okay, now we're going to play kitchen normally. We're even going to bring a cave just to stall even more time on the site. That's been the undeniably best quality of Dark Zero so far this series. The moment something hasn't worked or 4Fun have figured it out, they just switched immediately on a dime. Maybe it requires a tactical timeout. In this case, it didn't. Just a call-in round. Well, Mike W might spot one player down below. Because of this complete switch up in strategy from Dark Zero, they'll need to do more work to find a way into the round.
Yeah, Mike W can send his boogie drones out there. One of them will get destroyed there. I believe impact from NJR. Freezer open though. Silo does need to be cautious at the bottom of those white stairs in front of that, but an opening pick in this round as well as Newers. The first player to fall, Packer is able to find him. Newers obviously finding that somewhat comical. Maybe it was a nice angle that Packer was holding. Maybe a fully employed, 40 hours a week kind of angle. Or the latter, who knows. Vulsper will be challenging now onto the bottom of these red stairs as with that vert open in the side, DZ are a little bit restricted, but time isn't going to be too kind to 4Fun right now.
Neither is NJR. A lot of laps in the Dark Zero paddocks right now. Aiming for a 5-1 half as only 35 seconds remain for 4Fun to try and find their way in. Bino creeping forward. Razorbloom giving away his position. Fultz with information on 2 different players, but Mike W whips around. Takes down Fultz. Fortunately, the bottom brown gunfight not going well for the smoke. But as Volsper and Mike W both go down, 4Fun began at a disadvantage on this clear and now will continue to do so. Bino to 1vx. Here's one. Just on the other side of the counter. Can't see him. Hop in. That gives Kino good opportunity. Not taken by the Cade. C4 out. Switching hands, switching weapons so consistently. Gives Bino the opportunity, but wastes so much time that J9O can move in and put in the final blow. Dark Zero, in the past 9 rounds across Lair and Cathay, have dropped but 1.
The Dark Zero dominance continues. A 5-1 scoreline here on Cafe. For Fun, close to getting a 4-2, which would have set themselves up for success into the second half theoretically, but now 5-1 is a very different story. It seems like DZ have complete control.
Yeah, I mean, 4-2 would have been a little bit nicer going on to the defensive side. But, I mean, on the side of DZ, we can see why this is their map pick. Look at the operators they're taken out. Clearly, they had a plan here going against For Fun. They're taking out the Ging, they're taking out the Grim, and then they were able to take out the Capitao as well. And why are they able to take out these execute operators? Well, we've been saying it all stage. For Fun, they really neglect to play certain styles of Siege sometimes, right? They always kind of lean into the information meta. So what's actually up? It's the shields. And I would like to have seen them kind of bring some shields. Round 2, they did a train ISO, and they were trying to go for the player inside of Green Train. They had the Deimos underneath. What would have been nice is the shield probably jumping in and trying to get that guy because they had nothing to clear him out of their spots. And again, that is what Dark Zero's bans are for. All of those operators are designed so that they can kind of sit back after they clear the ram from the top floor. They can fall back, they can layer back to site, and there's no execute ops on board.
Listen, I don't want to be all doom and gloom and say it's over here for him. I think we're all kind of painting that picture of what the reality is going to look like. But even if they do end up coming back, as you said, I think they really have to play into the meta here. You're only shooting yourself in the foot here by not abusing those shields. Also using them in tandem with the information. Like, both of those two key components can win you a lot of rounds. We see a lot of the top teams utilize those piece of operators. And we're instead, again, for fun, we're just kind of bringing some operators here for whatever the reason
For fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for fun.
Whatever op they want, Cali.
And they could fix so many of those issues if they just play into the meta where DZ's going to abuse it on their attacking half. You can be guaranteed they're going to bring shields. However, last time they didn't really use, I don't even think they used shields the last time they played. I think it was pretty much all Habana for the side of Kino, so I'm curious if they do decide to get rid of those shields. But again, I did like their pre-placed bans on their defensive half of getting rid of all that utility that's going to force them out of position and really make them struggle on their late round executes. Now it's going to be big on For Fun what their bans are.
Do you see a path here for Fun? Like, are you seeing enough that maybe they're going to be able to make something happen?
I don't know if I'm seeing enough for fun, but we did and have seen Dark Zero struggle on the attacking side of Cafe. That's when they got 7-0'd. That's when Wildcard was able to bring back or have the comeback. And normally it starts with the double shield ban, which we're not going to see For Fun do. They're going to take away the Snake and the BB. But the blueprint on this map that's been working against DZ is to use the vision, use the Valk. Play top floor, layer back on those second floor bomb sites, and make DZ execute. That is how these teams have been winning, and, of course, using a ton of C4s.
Funny enough, I was going to say, also to your C4 point, they could use the Mozzie drone here and block and deny a lot of the walls, a lot of the doorways of getting a drone. Oh, they are using it. Perfect. I love that. Exactly. We were talking about in the M80 game. I actually really like the defensive setup right now, especially with that Mozzie, to deny any bit of information from Dark Zero.
So comeback happening?
We'll see. They're 4 rounds down right now. They move to the defense. They're going to need quite a big push. Let's see.
Quite a big push that will start here, down 4 rounds against Dark Zero. For Fun now looking to their Cathay defenses to bring things back. The Desk wanted to see a lot of C4s and layer defenses and seem to be happy at the results. Ollie, based off this lineup, they have all reason to be. Dark Zero clued into that weakness, or are they simply just a team that's built different today and can overcome any obstacle?
It feels like they've been built in a different factory to For Fun, doesn't it? Let's be honest. With the siege that we've seen today, it's the only fair thing to judge both of these two teams off. I like the mindset from For Fun. I like the fact that they are heavily restricting the drone game, but they haven't really heavily restricted the shields. Now, Kino isn't going to be playing a shield in this round. He will be on the Finker instead, but with only the Blackbeard banned out of the first round, still a chance. Ooh, just going for a bit of a Spider-Man angle there, trying to get on the upside down rappel and really catch the player out. Well, the Desk asked for C4s, and that's what For Fun is going to start with. Might W specifically takes Nuas down. I imagine that was sent outside. Could have been sent upstairs. I don't know if News was moving quite quickly and already got himself into Cigar or not.
W's at least moving away from the single window, so it's possible he tossed it outside. Also could have tossed it up above, and as you said, News planning this speed. I think either option is possible. For fun. The opening pick on Cafe. They've actually got it 3 rounds in a row. Ooh. NGR, Claymore. Mike W, without any utility remaining, decides to send it out the window. Oh, Bino almost gets sent into the grave. Kino literally sliding down the rappel at warp speed to try and catch the Tuberau running back in. Can't quite find it. Now making his way into the building. Another lengthy pre-fire as Bino's finished off. We wanted to see those C4s. Dark Zero just opting to kill them before they even touch the floor. A lot of utility kills this round. C4, then a Claymore, then a Razor Bloom, and now Packer with the Commando in hand will need to find it with bullets, and, well, he couldn't find it with both eyes open. Dark Zero continue their stretch now on series point.
And I think that's the problem that 4Fun have gotten themselves into, right? They can still play a lineup that looks like it makes a lot of sense on paper, but we all know Siege isn't played out on paper, and with the way the gunfights have been going today, DZ have been in the driver's seat. Mike W just getting a bit too over-aggressive after he got that opening pick. If he retreats back and plays a little bit more passive, great, but instead sends himself outside and gets caught out in the Claymore. Like, you've got to expect the Claymore. You have to predict that that is going to be in play, at least that or an air jab. You know that you're never going to be in a favorable fight if you do that. Looks like he was good for the down on NGR, but NGR got finkered back up. Of course, Kino has miraculously chosen this round to play Finker for that exact moment, so NGR could be upside down on the rappel on white stairs to get one of the last 2 kills. Of course he has. Hey. Jokes aside, good pick and a good round.
Don't doubt his genius.
Listen, I don't doubt any of the genius.
5 seconds to insertion.
Now series point, Dark Zero. We are second, 6-1 on map 2 of the day. It would be remarkably similar score lines, all things considered. 7-4, 7-1, might be 7-3, 7-1. At the end of this 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Might have gone down early. Dark Zero able to recover from an advantage. Even the C4s were not good enough to stop them that round. 4Fun sticking with that lineup again. Mozzie back in play as well. So keeping with a lot of the strengths of what we saw from that last round, or that lineup we saw from 4Fun in the last round, when we were thinking about it in theory. I'm curious if Dark Zero maybe going to take it, not even slower overall, but just a little bit slower at the beginning, and maybe find some more information, give these C4s the respect they need.
With the way this game has gone, I don't put it past DZ to get this done in the next 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Feels like they've had somewhere to be tonight, as they've been running through 4Fun. Going to be starting off on the upside down rappel here, just opening a couple of those longer lines of sight. Jane, I know, is already in piano, and the positions are already being constricted. Wolfsburg going to be the first player to fall. A quiet game on Lair and a very quiet game on Cafe.
Dark Zero reclaiming their early round dominance. Now looking over towards the cocktail bar, trying to find their next pick. Jan, I know, so quick up White Hall. Swinging around onto the hatch. We saw one player over on the balcony earlier. Silo creeping up. Oh, cut off by Newers. They're holding every position at the exact right time. They're even putting Newers on cutoff angles. That is just despicable from Dark Zero. They're not trying to leave a single position unchecked. Now with a minute 18 to go, able to get the full vertical, it looks like we're reaching this series' conclusion.
Really does. It looks like Dark Zero are booking their spot to EWC right now. Vertical angles now being held. Brilliant pick there from J90. Packer and Bino to try and hold on. Rat position attempted, but not successful.
Not successful, and Dark Zero only success throughout this series. 7-3, 7-1. Your final team to qualify to EWC.
Big performance there from Dark Zero. I think with the way that we saw this game turn after the call-out timeout, it was fairly clear what Dark Zero's intention was here today, and it was to get it done as quickly as possible. Commiserations to 4Fun, and I'm sure that you will grow off the back of this. We're going to send it to Des for the last time.
Dark Zero will be going to the Esports World Cup alongside Shopify Rebellion, Wildcard, and M80, the North American representation. Looking very fine heading into the second international event of the year. They take down For Fun Esports in a clean 2 maps. Lax, it was open and shut, much like our earlier series, even more one-sided. They were confident the whole way through.
Listen, 4 things are inevitable. Death, taxes, DZ not losing 2 games in a row, and them qualifying for a major event, and that was quite the performance that we wanted to see from them.
Well, what about Canadian making events? I thought he was inevitable.
Okay, if we're adding 5th thing in there.
5th thing? Okay.
Yeah, but no, again, DZ, lights out performance from them. This is exactly what we expected after that loss. Wake-up call from Wildcard, and they talked about it. Kino himself even said losing is a part of winning, and that's absolutely correct. The only way you're going to extrapolate anything from those losses is when you actually lose to even a better team than themselves, and that's exactly what Wildcard provided for them.
Yeah, and that's why I want to give credit to Call Out, not only for helping them kind of pick themselves up in that game after the timeout in round 2 of the very first map, which he's kind of famous for. He's one of the only coaches that calls a timeout after 2 rounds, so just a little tidbit there. But also, I mean, just the culture of the team, how they're able to turn things around very quickly like that, right? They literally have like no fear. They just go into meditation mode and they pull themselves out of it.
And look at that. I mean, Newer's match MVP. We saw consistent performances from him the entire time. 22 kills to his name. I mean, it was truly, we talk about DZ as having all the components. Like, in every role, they have the best player in their positions, and it seemed like that was the Dark Zero we saw today. Lax, like you said, no back-to-back losses, and doing a nice job of bouncing back from whatever, led them astray against Wildcard. They fixed it, and they got their win.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And I know we highlight, yes, they fixed their issues, but they really didn't have issues.
Exactly.
We were kind of just picking at the smallest thing.
You got to find something with this team.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And that series versus Wildcard, again, it really just came down to a couple inches. Kino said it himself. A couple of those attacks or defenses swing in the other's favor. And then we're talking about Wildcard in this matchup. We aren't talking about DZ. So, again, it's really just another day in the office for them, just picking up on those little things, fixing maybe a few small communication errors, and that's the result today. Flawless win.
Well, Dark Zero headed to EWC. Kino headed there as well alongside the boys on the newest team. His second international event with this roster. Kino, congratulations on making the Esports World Cup. I mean, tell me what it means for you. I mean, with these guys, back-to-back international events, what's going through your head right now?
Thank you, Jonah. It feels good. It's nice. It was a good game against those guys too. And happy to be here. Happy to be a part of this team. Happy to be a part of this culture. I remember years ago in Atlanta, I was talking to Liam Ashen about this team and this culture, and I told him like how much I wanted to be a part of this culture one day. And here I am now.
Then he took a spot.
These amazing guys. Well, we like traded, right?
Traded. We called that a trade. Yeah.
We traded.
Yeah. He's happy. I'm happy.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
goes.
You guys are both going.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll ask the question. Kino, I mean, obviously you talk about the culture. I've been with you for a long time through your career. I want to talk about, obviously, back then when you first started and all the way up until this point, did you look at losses the same that you look at it now?
No, definitely not. You know that. I know I used to get, frustrated. I used to think about, like, the next match, the next qualification, the next major, whatever it was. Like, I got in my head a lot because of that, and I feel like it's mostly because I didn't have any training. I didn't have anyone to tell me besides you, obviously. But
of course.
In general, like, I didn't have like a whole culture behind it.
Yeah.
To the whole infinite game, be present and all that. Like, and now it's
at the forefront.
Big. Yeah, it's the forefront.
And do you think that your guys' mental edge is kind of what separates you as a team then?
I don't know. I would say the culture in general. Like, maybe not just like the mental part, like just everything in general. Yeah, like we're working out every day as a team. Yeah, all of that just builds like a whole,
Right.
Nice.
A big family unit. Nice. I can always see you guys no matter what. You guys are always having fun.
And if we have problems, we put the gloves on and we figure it out.
Yeah. Serious question, just for Me, I want to know. Game plan-wise, going into that cafe, you guys took away all the execute ops. What was kind of the decision on that instead of maybe getting rid of the information or anything like that? I'm just kind of curious how you guys attacked for fun.
We know how slow they are. They showed that on layer.
Yep.
It was pretty blatant. So, you know, getting rid of the execute ops, it removes like the cheese factor a little bit. Like it's harder for them to do like a C1 kill or like a stack skill or maybe like just like the little ISOs, you know? And we kind of wanted them to go more like the piano like front, just like the more like standard. We knew they were gonna have like 1 or 2 lurks anyways, so we were ready for the gaps.
Okay.
Yeah, just like kind of like change how they're playing.
You weren't scared of Packer maybe hopping on the Blitz, Bino on the Montaigne, maybe they got a BB running at you on Volspur, nothing like that?
You were ready for it, right? We had the triple cross upstairs.
I don't think they've ever run more than one shield.
I don't think they've even ran a shield, it feels like sometimes.
All right, Kino.
Maybe they should have.
Maybe. Thank you so much for your time, as always. We look forward to seeing you in the Esports World Cup. We'll see you next week as you guys fight for the Stage 1 title. Thanks so much, man.
Thanks, guys. See you.
Well, Dark Zero finished the day off with a win. What a way. Day 2, we now have our 4 Esports World Cup teams confirmed. We now know who's going home, unfortunately, for 100 Thieves and For Fun Esports. In case you missed the action earlier, you missed a fairly brief series between Shopify Rebellion and 100 Thieves. That was what opened up our day here on day 2 of the playoffs. That was a pretty swift 2-0 from SR. Then it was For Fun and Dark Zero. Could not see For Fun taking a map off of the Titans, though. Dark Zero, they take the win, a clean 2-0, and that means we've got our 4 teams going to EWC, and we have our 4 teams moving on in the bracket. M80 and Wildcard, that's your upper bracket final. Down in the lower bracket semis, it's Shopify Rebellion and Dark Zero, where we go to next. All that action continues next week. Lax, I know, so much to look forward to here because we've got an SLC major rematch coming in our second matchup of our next playday.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the series from M80 versus Wildcard. I mean, we know Wildcard was the only one to dethrone them from their flawless streak. However, I am happy with our 4 that we are sending to EWC respectively. So, I mean, we are the best region. Given those 4 going, I have no doubt in my mind we walk away as the North American champions of EWC.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I don't feel robbed at all, right? I know EU, again, I keep talking about G2, but I don't feel robbed at all. I feel very happy about all 4 of those teams, and I feel very happy even going forward. We heard Spiker, man, I always want to say JJ. We heard Spiker say that they're going out to win the entire thing, right? So they want to go extremely hard at M80, and I'm sure the rest of the teams do too. So I'm sure we still have some really good games to watch and enjoy.
Any guesses of who we beat in the finals, or are we gonna? It's just gonna be another NA
all NA again.
NA final again.
I really do like the 4 teams we're sending here. It feels like the best 4 that we have sent in a while. They're looking incredibly refined.
I would like to see M80 versus Wildcard in the finals because the Adrian Savage, you know what I'm saying? Like the storyline of both of them defending their title would be pretty cool.
And Laxa, are you going to be out there for the World Cup?
I have no idea.
All right. Well,
I have a contract in front of me.
All right.
No idea.
We'll find out. Well, thank you so much for tuning in to day 2 here of the playoffs. Next week, as we said, that is when we crown an NAL Stage 1 champion. So Esports World Cup is decided, but still prize money, SI points, and an NAL title on the line. So you're not going to want to miss it. Action continues on Thursday, as usual, at 2 p.m. Eastern. For our entire studio crew, for Mint for Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week. Have a good night.